Apologies for the delay. Apologies. I had to finish my tea. I'm not even joking there. I actually had a little bit of vanilla chai tea that I was trying to finish up, but I was trying to also savor the deliciousness. So, that took a minute. Then I checked the clock and I'm like, shit. So I ran into the kitchen and grabbed my G Fuel. Okay, shake the G Fuel up. There we go. Yeah. Scare the predators away. It's a defense mechanism. The wild Asmogan then begins to do his defensive dance to keep away predators. Sorry. I'm a dork. Anyway, how's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing? Might need to switch my shirt up. I know sometimes the face cam looks weird with this shirt. Makes it all weird. Howdy how. How's everybody doing? Alright, standard 10-minute wait time. I'm gonna give everybody 10 minutes who wants to join in on the stream. We have 9 minutes to go. So, how's everybody doing? Well, Dragonus was here way earlier. No spoilers for me, but have fun, little guy. Alright, have fun, big guy, too. I'd rather be the little guy than the big guy, I'm just saying. Anyway, that was way earlier. Kiwi! Bloop. Sweet robe. I know, it's very soft and relaxing. And warm. It's very well insulated. I predict I'll have to put it back on when the sun goes down, because it's supposed to get really cold tonight. We've been getting a suave of cold temperatures. Finally, after many years of slumber, I awaken. How you doing, everyone? I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing, Jackson? Welcome to stream. How are you? Da 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 da. Sam McMillan, welcome to the stream. New member, but I hope everyone is good. Well, we're glad to have new people jump in all the time. It's fantastic. Doing pretty good. I am doing fantastic. At least I hope Kiwi is. And Jackson, of course. I hope everyone is doing fantastic, even if you're not here. I had a couple more reaction vids since you said you hadn't seen them yet, but they're fairly long, so watch them whenever you dare. Fairly long. What does that mean in this case? Only one may rise. Barney's Scarab Lord Adventures. It looks like a World of Warcraft thing. They both do. I don't know anything about those, that's for sure. Huh. Interesting. Zarua of Chaos, welcome to the stream. I'll be doing fantastic today. Finally set up my anti-AFK tool and it worked. Wait, well, okay. Share your wisdom. Share your wisdom, my friend. Share it with the class. What is this brilliance that you have discovered? Sam McMillan, I'm starting a Black Mage. I'm playing WoW at the same time. You're still playing WoW? I mean, if you get satisfaction out of it, man, you get satisfaction out of it. I hope you're having fun, man. I do, genuinely. As much as, if you're going to become a regular on the stream, just know I shit on Blizzard and WoW quite a bit. Well, whenever they're brought up, more or less. I don't know if you know my background, but I played World of Warcraft from Vanilla WoW all the way virtually uninterrupted. I pretty much have had a consistent subscription. I had a consistent subscription. There we go. Words. I had a consistent subscription to Blizzard for surely most of my life. Until very recently when I finally got fed up. And I enjoyed the switch to FF, so it's okay. Yeah, as long as you're not bothered by it, it will happen on occasion. I really do shit down their neck sometimes. It's a bit cathartic for me. But as long as you're having fun, man, I hope you are. I hope if that game is going to continue to exist, I hope people get true satisfaction out of it. Excuse me. It's an auto clicker. An auto clicker? It's a Slippy Bird. Is that an AFK tool? Zahila, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing fantastic. You can run while You can run while You can wait. It can run while running. Okay. Okay. AFK for an hour and it worked. I need to use that when I need to go run to the grocery store real quick. I needed to do that yesterday. Yesterday I needed to run into the grocery store, but I couldn't because I was like, I really want to finish this and I don't want to get kicked out and get stuck in the queue. No. You weren't playing MMOs for the company? Yeah, that works. Have you tried Albion Online? I always ask people's opinion of that, because I enjoy Albion, but I know there are plenty of people who, like, really don't like it. I only had a 22-person queue this morning. Nice! I had a 64-person queue, which is bigger than average. But then again, I didn't log in at my standard 2 a.m., 3 a.m. time. I logged in at around 5 or 6 a.m. So I was expecting more of a queue, and I guess technically I did get more of one, but not by much. I mean, just 68 people. It went by like that, like, maybe it took like 2 minutes to get in, max. You had 358? Well, that's not bad. Lack Omnicrafter status is murder on your ego. I mean, I'm working at that. I mean, that's what I'm mostly doing off stream right now, and actually I am very engaged in it. I just got my miner to 76, so I'm working on it, you know. Right now it's gonna take some time. I mean, that's probably like the next big milestone, except maybe a couple other side things in FF I want to get to. Is leveling most of the classes to 90 now. It was 80, but now it's 90. And get Omnicrafter status, but to do that I need to get all my gatherers up to max level, or at the very least 80. And then get my crafters up as well. As you guys can tell, I've only unlocked Blacksmith and Armorer. So that's gonna take some time. Working on it, but pretty soon I'll be working the economy and I'll be making the money. Capitalism. Anyhow, alright, 3 more minutes on the clock, guys, then we're gonna get underway with the MSQ. Then we're gonna get underway with the MSQ. Liking Mage, nice. Haven't played Albion yet. Albion is, it's kind of like RuneScape. Well, not that simple. I'll be waiting in stream VC for whenever you get to the first dungeon. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm assuming I'm close to that. I'm assuming. Because we finished up the Charlian stuff, and I know you have to do the initial wave of Charlian, the initial wave of Radz-at-Han, and then there's the first dungeon. So we're almost there. Probably not going to take too long to get to the first dungeon. What is the most expensive house in Final Fantasy XIV? I don't know. I know I know one of the cheapest ones I've come across was 4 million? 4 or 3 million gil. That's like the cheapest I've seen. I can only say the most expensive I've seen, but even then I'm not sure. It gets up there. Maybe, I don't know, is that a Google searchable thing? Most expensive house. I said horse. House in FFXIV. Large plot must blah, 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 blah. Okay, so the most expensive property in FF can cost between 19,840,000 gil, or at the absolute most expensive in the game, 50 million gil. 50 million? Holy shit. Oh, good God. I want to see that. I just typed it in the chat. 50... this is according to PCGamesN.com. I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but it's the initial thing that came up. Large plot. The most expensive piece of land will cost between 19,840,000 to... or at the absolute most expensive, 50 million gil. Holy shit. I didn't even know that. I didn't think they got that expensive. Holy crap. 70 million. Holy crap. Well, I hope that answers your question, Sam. I hope that does. Hey, Billy Mount, what's going on? No, I just I just looked up the most expensive property in FF14. It's 50 million. Of course, that's not the average, though. The average apparently is like 3-4 million. Holy crap. My friend sells food for money. Yeah, and that, if you're a culinarian, you make bank in this game. Well, generally in most MMOs, RPG style MMOs anyway, most of those crafters and gatherers make like the most money because the ironic thing is they make the most money from each other. Because if you're a dedicated gatherer and you don't craft, you just gather up a lot of like the most expensive or high quality materials and you sell them on the marketplace. The gatherers will buy that for a shit ton of money because then they can make equipment that they sell to the normal player base that does actually level proper. For me, the end game I'm actually hunting for once we eventually catch up with the story is I'm the economic type. I like to work the market. That's why I want to become an Omnicrafter. That way I can look at my gil and go, that's right, 80 million gil. You know? Like, I want to look at my gil count and just be like, yeah, a million's nothing. Like, the moment I look at a million gil and go, Tuesday, that's when I know I've achieved my end game. Economic domination. Indeed. But for the meantime, that is not. He thinks 80 million is a lot, chat. Actually, have you ever sent me a screenshot of how much money you have, Kiwi? I've always been curious, like, what the vet players have. Like, when you've been playing the game a long time. Alright. So, we hit the 10-minute mark in the stream, so we're getting underway with the MSQ. Prior warning to anybody who doesn't want spoilers. Well, first off, just to let you guys know where we are in the story. Spoiler warning right now. Right now, I've done all the initial Charlian storyline where we learned. The most we learned is we got the hint that there's some doomsday prepping going on with the Charlians in the Labyrinthos and with all the Gleaners just hauling in a bunch of stuff. Animals, easily breedable animals, foods from other nations that sound like they can be grown and raised and cropped. You know, a bunch of stuff like that. And then we also got caught looking into that stuff by the forum, who were all like, Apathy, this is wrong. And, what, you want us to abandon what we're doing and help you? All or nothing. 5-year-old logic. Anyway. We went through that bullshit. We did, good news out of all that crap is we learned, we got to meet with Alize and Alphino's mom, who seems to be the exact opposite, exact opposite of their father, which is kind of ironic. And, she seemed pretty cool, so I hope we get to see her again soon, which is awesome. Okay, so yeah, that I think that wraps up. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, we met a cool guy named Aaronville, who was a male Vieira. Other than that, I think that's all like the important notes from the Charlian arc, the Charlian part of the arc we did. Still a mystery of what it is that they're doing in the background. That might end up changing my perspective, but as it is right now, I really hate the forum wholesale. Yeah, that pretty much wraps up the Charlian stuff, and what we got to with, Radz-at-Han, or what's a better name? Ilsabard, I guess it would be a better thing to say. The Ilsabard stuff, we arrived at Ilsabard, we found out that they're having some economic troubles, there's no trade coming in because of the tower that's right near some of their trading hubs. Right now they're in a bit of disarray. Their alchemists have been working on a way to kind of ward off the effects of the tower, which they successfully did. However, when we escorted the, we just learned her name yesterday, and now it just escaped my brain. It was on the tip of my tongue. Elephant Lady, and I mean that in a nice way, like she's the actual Elephant Lady. We escorted her to the tower. She was unaffected by its effects. But unfortunately, Fandaniel's a cocksucker and dragged her in and shoved her in the tower anyway. And unfortunately, now she's stuck there, and we had to retreat. And after that, we were invited to meet with the satrap, who's kind of like the sultan, kind of like the background ruler, who only gets involved during crises. But otherwise, it seems Radz-at-Han, or I guess Ilsabard, self-govern in virtually every other case. But when there's a crisis, they bring in like this one solitary ruler, the satrap. So, yeah, I think that wraps up everything. Oh, yeah, we did learn Fandaniel's backstory, but that's like a fucking rabbit hole. With the Fandaniel's backstory stuff, I will say this, from that, what I've interpreted, it seems like the theories that a lot of folks had, I know Alder Bernhardt, over on the Discord, I know he was one of these, but a lot of people theorized that Fandaniel was full of it. You know, that Fandaniel isn't actually a nihilist and doesn't actually want to, like, blow up the world. It's all just bluster. If what we saw in Fandaniel's past is correct, I think that the visions, at least that we've initially seen of his past, kind of reveal the opposite. Turns out, at the very least, there's some true aspects to that nihilism he propagates about himself. It does seem like he legitimately does have a level of, like, fuck it all. How much of it is real, how much of what we saw in his past is of the picture, I don't know. But I've been racking my brain about it all night, trying to figure out if maybe Fandaniel intentionally played with how much of his past we saw. Maybe parts of the nihilism are true, and maybe there's also another alternative plan that he's putting into action should he fail. There's a bunch of things I speculated about off of the visions we were shown. But honestly, the only conclusive thing I walked away from those visions, the only thing I guess I'm definitive about with it, everything else is on shaky ground with what he showed us, or what we saw anyway. That's the thing, it's still vague if there's any influence from the Ascians of how much they allow of their past for us to see. But assuming that there was no manipulation and we just saw parts of the picture as we saw them, it comes off to me like Fandaniel is legitimately nihilistic and does actually want to wipe out the world. Is there a plan B or a fallback to that he's setting up, though? Like, Fandaniel gives me the vibes as a character of somebody whose complexities come out in his behavior and also in his intentions. So to me, it could be a case of there's a plan A, which is to annihilate everything, but he's also setting something up to happen should he fail. Now, if that is something like the world's still blowing up, or if it's more of a case of, okay, well, they bested me, let me establish something that's going to happen that's going to benefit them. I don't know if Fandaniel's that kind of character, but I speculated it's possible. I'm going to assume that that's not correct, but the part that I am assuming is correct is that he's setting up multiple schemes right now. Not just one. He's not just... I don't get the vibe from Fandaniel he's an eggs and all in one basket kind of character. Just, he seems too wild and unpredictable to just stick with that. So I think there's a plan B at the very least, if not plan B through D. So, I don't know, that's kind of like the thing I walked away from. Everything else is still up in the air, both with him and the Charlian Forum. What expansion is the first expansion's... Wait, what? What expansion is it? The first expansion, second, or third? Of what? Of FF? FF has 6 expansions now. If you include A Realm Reborn as an expansion. Which most people don't, so 5. Because you got... If you include A Realm Reborn as an expansion, you have 2.0 as an expansion. You have... after that, you have Heaven's Ward, you have Stormblood, you have Shadowbringers, and now you have... No, that's 5. If you include Realm Reborn. Right. Right, so if you include Realm Reborn, sorry, it's 5. So, I'm in Endwalker. I'm in the 5th expansion. If you include, again, A Realm Reborn. If you don't include A Realm Reborn, I'm in the 4th expansion. Yeah, I'm in the expansion that just came out. If it just came out today, as the official launch, but the early access launch, which, let's be honest, most of the player base pre-ordered Endwalker, so the actual official launch was the 3rd, so the game came out last Friday. So I'm playing the expansion that's been out a whopping 4 days. Because it came out Friday morning, so we got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and now today, Tuesday. So I'm in the latest expansion. I'm in expansion number 4. So I guess the answer to your original question is none of the above. And I'm gonna pretend I understand what's going on because I don't play Final Fantasy. You really should. It's fun, and it's free to play up till the award-winning Heavensward expansion. And there's no time gating. There's no time limit. So yeah, you can play all of Realm Reborn and Heavensward. Check it out. Yeah. I mean, as much as that is a meme, it's also true. Like, with no playtime restriction at all, you can play all of A Realm Reborn and all of Heavensward. It's progression gated, it's not time gated. Alright, so you've only experienced little past the first expansion, getting Dark Knight and the other. Oh, so you're way behind. I recommend, if you don't want to spoil yourself, as much as I don't want to tell a viewer to leave, at the same time, I don't want people to spoil themselves. So just know that I'm in Endwalker. And as the title shows, Endwalker spoilers. And I don't want anyone to spoil themselves. So if you don't want to get spoiled about the plot or plot events of Endwalker and you want to reserve that surprise, I do recommend not watching. As much as I don't want to tell people to leave, it's for your gaming experience and enjoyment. I'd rather not hinder that. So, and the largest too, yeah. In physical collectors, it got delayed, understandably, until later this week. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the upside with digital distribution. Is, you know, you don't really have to worry about like the package arriving. You also don't have to worry about being in a line in a store to buy it. At the same time, though, there's plenty of negatives about digital. With everything, there's negatives and positives. For you, say? Yep. Completely free to play. All of Realm Reborn and Heavensward. But once you reach the end of Heavensward, that's the cutoff. Like, you can't play past that without paying money. You went up to level 80. No Endwalker. You don't need to buy Endwalker to play the game. I know, that's what I said. You just yeah, you can just get an account with the game and do the free to play thing. And again, the free is, as far as I've heard, unless that's changed, the free to play works like there's no playtime restriction. You can play as often or as little as you want through the base expansion of Realm Reborn and into Heavensward, which is the three. Keep in mind the base expansion is 2.0 and the first expansion is 3.0. So just to understand, it's because it can be a bit confusing. A lot of people who are new to the game are kind of confused. Like, you know, the base game is not 1.0. It's 2.0. That's because 1.0 was the initial launch of the game, which kind of burnt in the stratosphere and kind of blew up. So they had to shut down the game, redevelop it from the ground up with a different game lead. This time, you know, Yoshi P. And then they relaunched it as A Realm Reborn. So technically the base expansion is the first expansion at the same time. It's weird. Don't click with the story or have a real RL come first one. Your account is just not allow friend lists, joining guild and trading. Yeah, it doesn't let you do that kind of stuff, but the actual like chunk of like the content is available, just not the social aspect. You got the collector's edition? Nice. That's what I got. The collector's edition for I'm used to collector's editions of even expansions being super expensive, but weirdly enough, Endwalker the collector's edition was only $60, or a little over $60 if you include tax. So, yeah. Anyway. I meant to start at the 10-minute mark. It's a 24-minute mark. So, anyway, last warning. Last warning, folks. We're going in spoiler territory. Alright. Put my headphones on before I forget again. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. I'm still calling it, I think Varshan is the satrap. I think. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's a twist that's coming. Well, that looks like an eyeball.
A vast rock squats upon Favne, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radz-at-Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye.
Okay, so it is supposed to be now.
Beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet.
Sounds like a place I'd like to visit.
Seduced by vivid sound and colors, were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
I love the colors and I love the aesthetic of the city. That's definitely sure. It's clear the distress of the country is very active here as well. Sambiaku and Madao, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today.
Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
I'm sure, kid.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
Lead the way. This is the best fantasy India you've seen in a game so far. I haven't seen India portrayed very much in video games. In some, but not many. So, by virtue of it even being portrayed.
May I present our honored visitors?
Okay, he's not the first one. Never mind.
Ah, splendid. Most splendid.
Well, he might still be. This still might be a twist thing. And they're just holding it off. I don't know. I'm just holding on to my theory.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahwan, satrap of Radz-at-Han.
Ahwan. Or Ahwan. I'm gonna fuck that up the first couple times.
Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
But Nadana, she was taken. Not everything went to plan. The first phrasing, I guess, is the best way to put it.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nadana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
Those are some comfy looking chairs.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Dragon?
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
There, okay, okay. Yep. I should have figured it was I should have figured it was the dragon from the trailers. He sensed. Do not look at that man behind the curtain.
Students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Yep, there's the dragon.
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra. I'm gonna have to practice that one too.
Vritra,
Vritra.
of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelgr and Nidhogg.
Yeah, we're just casually meeting him.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgardsormr's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Is Midgard-Swarmer gonna pop up?
Well,
We haven't seen him
this is
for a long
nice.
time. I know the whole
You were
Omega
told
thing he was
Radz-at-Han
drained,
had an
but...
alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the Satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vritra, and Vritra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vritra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured.
Hey, you did better than the Ishgardians.
Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vritra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz-at-Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
Figurehead?
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Different twist than I was actually thinking. Oh well. I knew there was a twist, I just didn't know what it was.
Great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
Oh shit.
'Tis here, buried within a semblance of flesh.
Huh.
The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radz-at-Han.
Okay, so I was not
mine eye
entirely
nestled
wrong.
within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for
I
my will.
I was half right. Vash-at-Han isn't the satrap, but I had the right sense that he was connected to the ruler directly. Little did I know that basically he's a flesh puppet. Yeah, I don't think I could have guessed that. Credit to Square Enix, though. I was able to... I sensed something was there, but there was no way I could have ever guessed this turn. Well, I guess if I had, like, really gone back to my Heavensward experience, remembered how the eyes worked, and I really, like, analyzed that dragon part of it a lot closer, I probably would have come to it. But no one on Earth is just gonna, like, do... Well, Pyromancer might do that. He's still got the note, like, he's got a notebook, literally, to reference me. I'm just going off my brain. So he, you know, there's that. Pyromancer might, like, when he gets to this part eventually, might be able to guess it. I'd be curious to see if that happens. But little old me with just my brain, I did not predict Vash-at-Han was at all going to be a meat puppet. Not a literal one, anyway. I figured he was, again... I thought he was a satrap. Clearly not the case. But he's directly connected to the dragon as a basic puppet. Which is weird, but not out of the ordinary for what we've seen thus far. I don't think that's a clue. I think that's just an aesthetic thing. Animator Z, welcome to the stream. When I played, I thought that Vash-at-Han was the leader, but pretending not to be. That's exactly what I was thinking. I wasn't far off. No, see, me and you had the exact same guess. We were half right. We were half right. That he is the ruler, but in the sense that he's basically a puppet of... direct, like, he's I know he used the term simulacrum, but I know there's another term for it. But basically he is a unique model. Yeah, but that's not evidence of him being the ruler. We have plenty of unique models that aren't this guy. As Verta scales, I don't think that's a hint, though. I don't know, like, I feel like that'd be one hell of a stretch. At least for me, I rarely ever base that. I really base my guess on small things like color connections. I know a lot of artists do that, but I rarely ever make that guess because as often as artists do it, artists often use it as a way to throw people off with guesses. So I really base it on the context, like the contextual evidence or the dialogue. That's usually what I base my speculations on. Aesthetical basis for speculation, I'm not saying they're not valid, they absolutely are. It's just personally, I never base my speculations on aesthetic. I find that I know plenty of artists in my real life who intentionally use like similar colors between things to fool people into thinking there's a connection where there's not. So I know that's a trick of the trade. So it's not reliable, at least in my experience and in my I guess internal knowledge. So I always base it on like the contextual stuff. And the contextual stuff with Vash-at-Han mostly hinted at either being the ruler, because the way he nobly carried himself, he didn't act like a child at all, and the way he like analyzed Justinian, for me, like that was definitely a hint that he was connected to the dragon. So my thought was he was the satrap and he was connected to the dragon as, you know, relation. But I could have never guessed he was a meat puppet simulacrum. Like there was no hints at that. Except maybe his red eyes, but even then, like, I don't think that's enough. Surrogate? Maybe. That might have been the word I was looking for. For me, what made me curious was his interaction with Estinian, actually. And that peaked, that, for me, like, that analysis, that showed me that he wasn't just, like, a servant. Like, he might have been, but something like that is far more integral. Like, you don't, like, that subtle look at Estinian and his comments about him, there was definitely weight to that. Not only did the cinematography show that, not only did the voice acting show that, but also the context showed that. So yeah, for me, that's what got that, and generally how he carried himself. All of that combined showed me that there was more to him than just being the manservant. But I don't think there was any way to, for me anyway, to guess that he was a puppet, like a meat puppet. Ow. Sorry, my split lip still stings. Somehow being almost right about this was way more satisfying fun for me than being spot on. I find it fun to be close, but I have to say, for me personally, I do like to be spot on. Like, for me, I see it as a challenge, right? Like with my speculations. I like to be spot on. If I'm close, I'm happy. But if I'm spot on, I'm joyous. Like, that's the best way for me to put it, is, like, I prefer to be spot on because I feel very satisfied with that. But for me, it's basically, like, they're just two levels of satisfaction. Like, I'm happy to be close. I'm joyous to be on the dot. And I aim to be on the dot. That's, like, the best way for me to put it. That was actually the ruler, which isn't really wrong. So it's not just me and Animator Z. Like, it seems like so far, with the exception of Kiwi, who said, like, oh, I totally knew he was a flesh puppet. But it seems like other than Kiwi, it seems like most people, like me, had the same, like, feeling that he was the satrap secretly hiding him, which was half right. Like, all of us have been half right. It's just we were missing some important information. Alright, anyway. Back on track.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with wards fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bear his fangs.
This is a good thing, because we like peace in the house.
That is all I need know of thee for now.
Don't you want to know how Nidhogg died and why?
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz-at-Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
Yes, sir.
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk.
I would say so.
Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
Well, that would eliminate the towers from being an overarching threat to begin with.
I worry, however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
Actually, theory. Let me throw this out there. Just because of how tricky I know Fandaniel is, this kind of just popped into my head. What if the warding skills don't actually work? Like, with what we went through with Nidana, when we went to the tower, what if that... Because we know Fandaniel was there. What if he turned off the aura or the tempering influence of the tower, and then gave us the impression that these work? That way, when we go in force to these locations, he turns back on that effect, and the talismans that don't actually work, well, fail to work, and then entire swaths of armies get instantly tempered. And that just popped in my head. That's probably... I would say it's probably... I don't know how likely that theory is. I would say if that is the case, the counteractive argument to that would be, if that's the case, why did Fandaniel reveal himself at all? Even if it's just to fuck with us, why did he reveal himself to us at all? Why not just let us arrive with Nidana and then let us leave with her with pure confidence? Then again, my counter to that argument would be, he captured her to add urgency to us to go to the towers. I don't know. I don't know if I'm over-reading into it or under-reading into it. Because with Fandaniel, I just feel like I never know what he's going to do next. Now, that's cool to have in a bad guy, but at the same time, it's also annoying for, like, predictions. He has a punchable face, and he does. But it's not his face I'm worried about, it's his mind. It's what's going on in his noggin. I don't know. I we'll see if that idea has any merit.
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Justinian's like, I'm out.
Thou not lend thine aid.
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz-at-Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
I wonder if he knows what went down with Nidhogg. I would like to think so. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, I would say so. But we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Even the NPCs harass me about this shit. Everyone harasses me about the Aetheryte. It's not. It's almost like it's not. It's almost like it's not the first thing everybody does when they enter a new area. Like, oh, an Aetheryte. I'm just going to ignore that and look at the sun. Rage. I will hunt you down, Kiwi. Ah. Here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. I always attune. I don't know why. This is so frustrating. Alright, I'm gonna go in the city and attune. Wait, what? Fuck. Well, I've attuned to the other two Aetherites, but I get the sense I can't go back into Palika's Sand. Mainly because of the invisible wall, but, you know. Must poke a normal shiny crystal. And I've attuned to the other two, and unless there's another way to get to the capital, I guess we'll just have to go from there. Alright. Back to Sharlayan. The stream warms your body? Well, I do try to be a very warming influence over those who watch me. Justinian gets some good time to shine in this expansion. I mean, you say that like he hasn't had time to shine in others. Heavensward, part of Shadowbringers patches. I'm just saying, the man, hell, even in Stormblood, he fucking knocked out that giant ass, cannon. Like, he just showed up, yeeted the cannon for us, and then left. The man has had time to shine, let me tell you. Don't get me wrong, I don't get tired of it. I love watching him shine like a star, but just saying, you don't need to phrase it like he hasn't had time to shine. He's had plenty. Ah, man. Yeah. I need to buy chapstick. I split my lip because it's all dry. Da, 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 da. I don't need to repair anything, do I? Oh no, I guess I do. Okay. Enter the main hall. Yeah, but it's saying actually smiles later. Well, he smiled before. Like when he talks to Alphino. When he talks to his little brother, like there's a smile there. I know what you mean, I'm being semantical. Just as I was getting used to the balmy Thavnair. We're back to chilly Sharlayan. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Of course, little Gryle. Let us commune as a community. Action music has already begun.
Your time in Thavnair has certainly been eventful.
I know, right?
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
Agreed.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the Ethereal Sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
If we rely on her too much, she'll just keel over just to make sure we can't rely on her too much more. Like, I can imagine Matoya being that petty. It's like, if I die, they'll leave me alone.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core,
Whack-a-mole
the tower
time.
ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostela, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Are you sure Alphino is in the right group? What if Alize? She knows of healing spell or two. I think Alphino's in the right group, mostly speaking.
That she does. But I think Alize herself would assert that she's at her best when she's charging onto the breach.
Ain't true.
And from what I recall from the Grand Cosmos, there's a spring in her step when she fights by your side.
Oh. That true.
Ye gods, will you never let me hear the end of that? Rest assured that
I thought she
will
was
do
gonna
what is
step on
asked
his
of me,
foot for a second
regardless
there.
of who I happen to be standing next to at any given time.
Oh. I don't have a little sister, but I can imagine this is what it's like. I have older siblings.
Since we have a plan, all that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radz-at-Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
On. Ooh. Ow.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
I suppose not. Alright, me and my scythe are ready to... Well, depending on who, murder. I'll be choosy about my killing targets. I can't go all monkey brain about it. If I do, someone's going to die. Alright, so speak with Nabdeen. That name. At the Hamsa hatchery. Okay. Back to Sabad. That means I gotta go to the Great Work. My god, traveling in this expansion is gonna be the most expensive it's ever been. 1,500 gil a port. God damn. I feel like traveling to the Far East would be cheaper for some reason. Alright, let's go. Oh, by the way, for everybody who for everybody out there who hasn't done it yet, remember to put in your code for the expansion. I did that, and I got my piece of mail, which came with the Arion mount. So don't forget to put in your product code. I'm sure most people have, but for anybody who hasn't yet, don't forget to do that. It's should be in your email. Anyway, switching back to the other mount because this is slow. Not that this is much faster, but it's slightly faster. Has a teleport discount, which is nice. So does mine did. I think it's gone now. We had one. Now that it's gone, it's 1,500 a pop to go to Ilsabad, to go to Idleshire if you're already in the Far East. Traveling is expensive as fuck right now with teleportation. Which is why I'm even more desperate to get my Omnicrafter all set up. That way, I can start making bank, and that way I can look at 1,000 gil and not go, damn, daylight robbery. Bless Alizé, indeed. Percentage time, set favorites, it lowers the cost. I do set favorites, but right now my favorite is, I set my home point in Charlian. Oh, here we are. Boom. There he is. Nadine. Ah, our friend from Eorzea. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warning scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have ready. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Indeed you do. Kutyu, actually. Alright, over yonder. Time to stand by the boat. Lightning Lunatic, welcome to the stream. If this is the future of ether I travel, I think I'll stick to boats. That's right. The first time here, so they had to port the other way. Aye, no warning, however emphatic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. Alright. Do we still call him Varshan, or should we call him by the dragon name? My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... we should call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Alright, right. So, everyone else doesn't know the connection. Okay, so we should Yep, secrecy. Right, I can do that. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Thanks. With these we can go anywhere, though those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. I've been waiting for this day. Finally, it's not just me. I wouldn't mind carrying on as before, you know. In that case, they're all yours from now on. Yeah, let's say that one. In that case, I get to hang out at the headquarters. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. Shit. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into 2 groups. Shroud and his band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnar, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Indeed. The sass is out, they bring you such... Yes, I agree. It's fun to be sassy. Bring a bit of lightheartedness on top of adding character to our character. Alright, so we're not doing the trust system. I suppose I should add Kiwi to this, because he wants to be involved. Update, damn it. Okay, there it goes. There he is. Okay.
Hello.
Ah!
Hello.
Everyone's loud.
Sorry.
No, it's my headphones. They're turned up.
Not sorry. I just noticed something hilarious.
What?
And it's not a spoiler. So, I don't know if you saw, but like when you first get to Charlene on the docks, there's a couple of goblins.
I didn't notice, no.
They're trying to sell this Charlene a berry. And they're like, the guy's like, I've never seen a berry like this before. Is it safe to eat? And they're like, yes, it's safe. Goblins would never lie. And I go to inspect it closer, and I zoom in on it. It's a walnut.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not deadly.
Goblins is.
It's not deadly, so technically that's true. What that part of it's true.
Not a berry.
That's the lie.
Tricksy goblins is.
And it is, but if you think about it, the core concern there was, is it, you know, deadly? Which
I mean,
it's
they could
not.
choke on it if they try to eat it.
It's not poisonous. The only risk is choking on it, but you have that with all food. But the berry part is a lie. And anyway, the thing is, can you really blame the goblins though on that one if someone gets tricked by that? It's like, this is a berry, and you're holding up something with a hard shell. You'd have to be pretty dumb to think that's actually a berry. Like, berries are identified by how soft they are, usually. Soft and squidgy. Almost caution. More like, continue to charge headlong into danger at hypersonic velocity. Indeed, like, that's our job. All the caution in these missions is all delusional.
I love this dungeon coming up. It's like DDR, but for AoEs.
DDR?
Dance Dance Revolution.
I haven't played a Dance Dance Revolution game since 2007, 2008.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving with the boss mechanics. It's really fun.
I remember hating setting up those old Dance Dance Revolution mats in your house.
Oh, like the one for the PS2.
Yes, I hated those because you had to unfold them and they'd be all wrinkly. And sometimes
they'd also just never stay in place. They'd just fold over each other when you're playing.
Yeah, and sometimes if you had them rolled up too long, the sensors would be off, so you'd have to like smash your foot on the ground for it to detect the actual button press. Like when you first get them, like they're super sensitive, so you just barely have to touch it with your toe and it detects the button press. But it's when it's like after a little while, you need to get new ones because it took all the force of your foot to get it detected.
Oh yeah. And people thought playing that was exhausting back then. Man, now introduced you to VR.
Zahila, you're in the call, aren't you?
Exhausting to play.
You could have just said, invite me.
Yeah, Zahila's in the call, but they're using a bad mic, so they don't want to talk too much.
Oh, okay. Had to
We
be
don't want to curse the stream with bad quality mic.
Eh. It's
I
part
told
of
them it was fine.
It's part of the charm mat most of the time. I had one of those mats that had front foam pad insert. Dance Dance Revolution was an interest. Like, I remember when that was like the game for everyone to own, and I don't know anyone who knows knows it anymore.
Games that and games like it are still huge in Japan, because arcades are still huge in Japan.
Arcades are still a thing. It's just they're not as prevalent here in the West, I guess.
How am I calling you out, Luna?
Don't worry about quality. We listen to Kiwi. Ooh. You hear that, Kiwi? You're low quality.
Damn, I got gypped. I got gypped on this Blue Yeti mic.
No, I think it sounds fine.
I hope this. Oh no, our healer's a Sprout.
Wait, how? Wait, don't you lose the Sprout symbol in Shadowbringers?
I have no idea.
How? How do we have a Sprout? How? I have questions.
I gotta ask them if they're okay with big pulls, because I was gonna do big dick pulls, but...
Boosted? Oh, okay. So if you boost, you don't lose it? Wait, why would you boost?
They might just want to do the raids. I mean, as long as they know how to play their class, I don't care.
Okay. He says he'll try not to fuck up.
I mean, I'm a warrior, so I can self-heal myself out the ass, but we'll see what happens.
I can't really self-heal unless you include the roll abilities, like Bloodbath and Second Wind. But other than that, Reaper doesn't have any kind of stuff. Which is kind of surprising. I don't know why, but when I think of like Reapers and like Soul Magic, I think of Soul Drain.
Life Drain.
Yeah, I think of that. So for me, it's like it's weird for my brain to accept that there's no like life draining ability for this kind of class.
Yeah, luckily the first 2 legs of this dungeon are pretty tame when it comes to pulls. You don't get to pull a lot between walls, so it'll give him a chance to get into the groove.
Alright, drop down. Alright, dropping my boost. There we go. I'm so glad Reaper only has 2 positionals.
You also have True North.
And yeah.
It's helpful.
It does.
Also, you can charge as a warrior now without being in combat. It's amazing.
Gotta love abilities that allow you just full momentum.
And also it costs no beast gauge now. And you have 3 charges. You can really tell they focus on improving movement.
Yeah, I love Reaper's movement abilities. They're great. I really found I'm in love. I am in love with the Enshroud ability, because you basically just turn into Orcus from the Reaper campaign, and you just do big dick damage. Only for 25 seconds though, but it's great. It looks so cool. There we go. There we go. We're making headway. You're digging it so far? Yeah, I enjoy the class quite a bit. It's got a very...
It's a fell of abnormal size.
Midruva. Ah, yes, the first primal on the list. Oh, yeah, are we fighting all three of the sisters here?
Eventually.
Oh, I just unlocked a new ability that I don't know what it does. Oh shit. Let me drop 2 of these on her. Oh shit. I love, if there's nothing else that could be said about Reaper, which there's plenty to say, I just love the aesthetic of the attacks. They're so cool.
Yes, they're very pretty.
Assign me. No shit, didn't get there in time. Ah!
Now you fucked up.
Yeah, I fucked up. Downside with playing DPS after you've played tank so long. You forget how soft you are. Glass cannon. Best way to put it.
The actual hand cannon.
Oh, that's not good.
What?
Healer has 3 vuln stats.
Oh, fuck. Oh crap, can't use my movement ability. Forget about its cooldown. It's got a 30-second cooldown. Good thing is the boss is almost dead. There we go. Alright, let's hope that... I'm gonna try my best to keep that to be my only death this dungeon. Knock on wood. Damn it, neither of those are for me. I still want one of them.
I have to pass on that ring because I already got it.
Straight Mang, the music is really good. The music is very good. But we all knew that going in. I mean, come on. You know what Joe Cat would say to that? Read your tooltips. I literally just got the ability, so... Grant
Who is dealing more damage?
Probably not me right now, because I only just jumped into battle because I was reading the tooltip. But there you go. Now all of you are doing better damage.
It's so little damage, it shouldn't even matter.
Wait, what?
The attacking from range bit.
Oh, from his latest video. Yeah, I've pretty much always done that when I was Dark Knight, though. Like, when I couldn't directly attack with my good abilities, I just threw. Like, it doesn't cost anything.
It broke your combo.
Well, no, not the attention catcher ability.
Provoke?
I'm pretty sure it doesn't break your combo.
No, I'm talking about your ranged attack. Shield throw, my tomahawk, and whatever Dark Knight has.
I'd have to double check. I don't think it does.
Well, all I know is a lot of tanks were really happy when they heard that. Be quiet. The mailman.
And maybe it does, but I don't
yeah.
think so. It's on my head.
It used to. Now it doesn't.
There we go. Alright, where's the door? I got turned around. None of those are for me. Pass on that one. Greed.
Ooh.
And greed.
Yeah, I got one of them.
Unmend so stomach so shield lob so lightning shot used to break your combo. It doesn't anymore, and it's so good. Off the top of my head, I don't remember Unmend breaking my combo in Shadowbringers, but maybe I'm just remembering wrong.
All right. Do you want to know the trick to this boss?
What
so you
is?
Don't die to it.
I would appreciate it.
So there's a part where it's gonna split up into clones of itself, and the safe spot is you're gonna have to run to the one that's not emoting. So if it's just like standing still.
All right. So, is that the only trick?
That's the main gimmick of this boss.
Okay. Well, that's good enough.
Everything else is like dodge AoE, blah blah blah.
The standard.
Yeah.
All right. Alright, let me drop my dot on her. Oh crap, not the one I wanted to use. Alright, drop the boost. What the? Fuck. You bitch. Why stun me? Is it because I'm doing the most DPS? That's just mean.
I got some
That's
too.
discrimination.
Alright,
Alright, so the one that's not moving.
This one. Crap, I got hit.
Monster Berserk. What? Crap, my dot ran out. I forget it only lasts a minute. Really? Like, can you?
I think that just happens.
I was about to say, can you dodge that?
Because there's no like glowing eyes, look away thing or anything. So.
Yeah, it just hits. That's the one that's not moving. One that's not moving. This one. Wait, did she just run?
She's like, I'm out.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. It's the juke.
Okay, here's the part where the pulls can get kinda
crazy.
Hairy. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll try and minimize casualties.
Gonna be entirely dependent on the healer, honestly.
Huh?
Well, and my use of damage mitigation. God, I love nascent flash.
I drop that.
Now it's close.
Ah, there we go. Yes, Mindy ran to blood-wetting. Wait, what?
No, Luna, I'm not using bloodwetting because the healer's taking damage too.
It's gonna be weird being level 90. Because for the longest time, my goal was to reach level 80. And now that's not...
I'm curious if they're gonna stop on 99.
I don't know. Has any of the Final Fantasies gone to have a level 100 thing? Holy fuck.
No. Max
Never.
level in most Final Fantasy games is 99.
Maybe they'll keep that trend.
Uh-oh, I got stuck. I'm dead.
It is an MMO though, so MMOs can go way higher. Wait, did you say you died?
Yes,
oh shit! Fuck! 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 Yeah, the moment you said you died, and I saw Zahila die, I was like, yep, aggro's on me, isn't it? Yeah, downside with Reapers, I don't know. This could just be because I don't play. I played tank mostly before. I think Reapers are a little bit more of a glass cannons than other classes, but I don't know. I'd have to actually do like.
I mean, you have maiming gear. That's the bulkiest DPS gear there is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's basically it's like chainmail.
Maybe it's just
It's like your casters are cloth, and then like, you know, like bards wear like leather, ninjas wear a mixture of leather and chainmail, I guess, but it's supposed to be kind of bulky.
Well, then I just suck at dodging.
Then again, the machinist has like more health than you, so I don't know.
It could be my gear. I don't know. Could be my gear. It could just be the class. Again, I don't know.
I guess I'm gonna pull smaller because the healer can't keep up. I'll just pull these 3 for now. We fight on the bridge.
We fight him in the beaches and on the land.
Oi, stop attacking the machinists, you dummies.
Is your tank stance on?
Yes, it is.
Alright. Just checking.
The pathing on these enemies, they don't like to stack up. So my AoE doesn't hit all of them all the time.
Cool. Okay, Churchill. Well, that's what I was referencing.
Like how the game's just like, hey, remember that one big spider boss from that one dungeon? Yeah, it's just an enemy now.
And that tends to be the trend with most of the early game bosses, right? I mean, they become trash mobs later. And that's not even unique.
The only thing different is it doesn't use that that rocket attack that makes you stand still. Orbital bombardment.
That is one thing I do got to work on is dropping that AoE dot. I always forget about it. I don't know.
It looks cool.
It does look cool. It's just I keep neglecting to use it.
Final boss time.
I remember to drop the single target dot every time, but for some reason it's the AoE one that just goes out of my brain and my rotation.
Also, welcome to your first listen of the final boss music.
I have my audio turned down a little bit so I can hear you, so I won't be able to hear it as well.
Unlucky.
I do have to say, so far, my favorite aesthetic-looking scythe is basically the first one we get.
Yeah, I like it. It's like very Bloodborne-y.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I love it. The other ones...
I like how it folds out.
The other ones I don't really like so far. Like, the Skaven Gear one is just basically a chainsaw scythe. I mean, which is cool sounding, but to me it doesn't look that cool. I don't know. Maybe I'm picky. Alright, let's drop the AoE.
You did read what the person in chat said, right?
Nope.
Focus this one. The other two bosses are gonna spawn in.
All right, so don't bother with them.
Not yet. Wait until this one's down.
Okay.
Prepare to get hit with all the mechanics.
And I'm a glass cannon, as I've established, so that's not good. Get my dot back on her. It's starting to go down. Fuck. They weren't kidding with all the mechanics, now were they?
This is fun. This kind of makes me want to try to do ultimates.
Wait, you didn't already want to do them before?
No, I don't have a static.
Oh, okay. Well, if you ever need one, I'm trying to. I want to start one. Because I want to start. That's my goal after we caught up with all the latest content, is to start going through the old difficult content. Set up some static. Set up some larger groups. Fuck.
Triple legend, by the way.
Fuck. This is a shit show and a half.
The healers keep them up pretty well, though. Nice.
Credit where credit's due.
They've earned my commendation. Alright. Get the skinny bitch!
And then short stack. Dropping the dot, dropping my dot. Shit.
Funny how we're just fighting primals in dungeons now. It's like they're not even worth trials anymore.
Well, once you've done it enough times, it becomes a Tuesday.
Ooh, an axe. What does that look like? Ooh, it glows purple. That's cool. I want it.
Roll need. A kitchen sink of mechanics. Good thing the sisters seem to share aggro. From the one to find
Luna, have you seen this axe?
Oh, they left. Try on. Oh, it looks pretty nice.
Yeah, unsheath it. It glows purple.
Yeah. Yep. But I'll roll pass on it for you.
Oh. I rolled need anyways, so I'm gonna get it. Yay!
Primal attack
I
again.
received
Must
a
be a
player
Tuesday. Grab scythe.
Awesome.
Oh crap! I forgot to turn the game back up.
Is everyone all right?
I do gotta leave the call though.
Yep, go ahead. I'm gonna.
How about that?
Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
Is that how to pronounce that? Quagmire? I always thought it was Quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point.
Good.
This is the core we seek.
I mean, I figured it was, considering, you know, the tubing. It's very large and glowing. Lots of lightning sparks. It'd be very off-put if this was not the core.
Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
Hope this doesn't backfire.
Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Like an arm? A leg? Like, whoa. Both? Justinian goes with the wicked stab. And... it worked! Okay, I was actually not expecting that to work.
And that should be the end of it.
Idealistically. Problem is, if this whole tower and structure we're currently standing on was summoned by magic, wouldn't that stand to rest that if we destroy its source, yes, the tower would come down. I could have told you that.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
Ruh-roh, Reggie.
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Since power level fluctuates massively, does it fluctuate, or does he simply hide his true power level? Oh, mad respect to Graha. He teleported everybody out of there.
What happened? Where are we?
I think we're on the beach.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed.
Hey, now we know how to handle them. We just gotta go to each tower and start playing whack-a-mole. But it's not gonna be that simple. Never is.
But how?
Actually, it might be a bad idea to destroy them. That might be a twist that's upcoming. It's like, oh, destroying the towers was just the thing to create the destruction. That might be a twist. I don't. I'm preparing myself for lots of twists this expansion. Is he okay?
Raha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That's gonna exhaust him. Yeah, that must have been a massive fucking spell.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll.
I would say so.
He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Actually, you can't really call me M. Night Streamer because I'm not... Because M. Night Shyamalan's the one who does the twists. I'm just prepared for them. I haven't done them. So it would actually be M. Night Yoshida. Or M. Night Yoshida P. Oh, Yoshi P. Or just M. Night Yoshi. Yoshi! Or, I guess, M. Night Ishikawa.
The immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
She's the one who wrote this, this expansion, right? I know she wrote Shadowbringers. Did she write this one? I believe so.
they'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Let's hope for the best.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Sorry. I always love that, like, drum roll into the dramatic music. Should probably untemper her first, considering she's an alchemist, and we're probably gonna need them more help. Need them more so. Alright, Thancred. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Radz-at-Han for treatment. Alize and Ishola will oversee the administrations of the tempering treatment, with support from those who know the healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Yes. Well, we made it through the first dungeon. You may now enter the Tower of Zot with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the Trust interface located under Duty in the main menu. Yes, sir. Oh, man. That was a fun, cool dungeon. That was a fun dungeon. That was a fun dungeon. I love the aesthetic of it, and felt very grandiose fighting pretty much every giant thing we fought before. Ishikawa is best girl. Yeah, but, okay, so wait. You have enough respect for Ishikawa not to compare her to M. Night Shyamalan. But you're going to compare me? Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. That doesn't hurt too much. But I see how it is. And you only died a few times. I died twice. I died a whopping 2 times. Every dungeon so far has been great. How many of you have gotten through Zianani? Threw a dragon at the core. Not much could survive that. Hey, I was half expecting it not to work. Like, in my mind, if it's that easy to destroy the towers, well, I guess, quote-unquote, easy, relatively speaking, then I feel like there's a twist with destroying the towers. It'd be one, like, if it didn't work, I'd be like, okay, so these towers are the big deal. But if destroying them is just about launching a really powerful dragon attack like Astynians, which, don't get me wrong, is powerful, is, like, wicked up there, but in the grand scheme of things, kind of a simple way to destroy these. I feel like that hints that the towers aren't the thing. Like, if anything, it hints to me at the possibility of my theory being correct, that it's actually us destroying the towers is Fandaniel's goal. Because again, I feel like it's too simple. You know, no, destroy the towers, the world's saved. I feel like that's too simple of like a counteraction to the insanity that he comes off as and the plan he has in motion. So I sense that it's possible that destroying the towers is actually what's going to cause the end of days to occur. Possibly, I could be wrong. It could be as simple. It could be the case of what I thought before, where the towers are just Plan A, but as we're destroying Plan A, Fandaniel's preparing Plan B. It could be that case as well. I don't know. There's a million and one ways to interpret what's about to happen. I'm just suspicious. I have a lot of bias toward Ishikawa. She wrote this, 5.0, 5.3, and Dark Story, and also the Nin story. She wrote Ninja? I didn't know that. You had to fight your way up there and then stab it in the right squishy bit. Yes, but we didn't fight anything we haven't faced before. Unless you count the primals, but we fought primals before, so... We may not have fought those specific primals before, but we fought primals before, so it's not like that's our first rodeo. Had to stab the core, not the tower itself. Correct, but that still seemed way too simple to me. Again, in the grand scheme of things, I still sense the towers are not the big thing. They might be, but to me, that just came off as too simple of a solution. Because at this point, it's just a matter of, if this is truly what it is on face value, which is, hey, just fight your way through the tower, go to the core, destroy the core, boom, walk out, or run out. Just do that to all the towers, we win. For what Fandaniel, like how grandiose Fandaniel has been displayed to us, that feels too simple to me. That's all I'm saying. It's not distracting me. It's part of a stream is conversation. If I sat here and just played the game, it would be... It wouldn't... At that point, you would just play yourself, right? You're here for my unique experience. I would hope. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one to for being idle. Right. Vashan bade us come to Megaduta. At our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait. On second thought, you and Astinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Oh, it's just like, I could just imagine Graha's unconscious and he's just surrounded by the alchemists who are like, there's something unique about him. Get blood samples. Hurry, before he regains consciousness. Just you and me then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. Alright, lead the way, Astinian. You're eating pizza? I'm jelly. Oh, I made for my family last night my personal homemade recipe of chicken fingers. I have my own homemade like crust recipe for the mix, for the flour mix. I have my own custom homemade recipe, and my family seems to really like my recipe. It didn't take me that long to invent it. I used a base, like the base kind of recipes that lots of people use. I just switched it up. I switched up the spices I use. Like I use a lot more cayenne pepper than I think most people use. I also use a little bit of paprika, a lot more black pepper than most people would recommend, and obviously, and I would say probably equal to this amount of salt. And then I use another spice in my flour mix for the crust of my chicken fingers. That I'm not going to say on stream because it's my secret. Well, I say it's secret, but all my family know it now. But I'm not going to tell the internet. You're not going to get my full recipe. With ranch dressing powder and the breeding? Ooh. That sounds yummy. Yeah, I mixed a lot of spices in mine. Which, oddly enough, I don't know if it's because the spices counteract each other, or maybe it's just the sheer amount of flour I use, but they don't come out that spicy. They come out with a tang. Like, you don't even need to dip them in sauce. Like, there's a tang to my flour mix recipe for the chicken fingers, and for the fried chicken, and it tastes really tangy. Not spicy, not like burn my tongue kind of thing. They're not like buffalo, but it comes out like with a tang, like a little bit of a zest to it, which I find weird because I don't put like any lemon zest or any lemon extract in it, anything like that. But there's a little bit of zest to it, and I think it tastes delicious. And my family does too, because they ate. Literally, I finished cooking the chicken. Everybody grabbed a plate full. I barely got any, and they all gobbled them up. I'm like, well, clearly I have a good recipe on my hands. I only ever tweak it once in a while when I just want to play around with the recipe. Most of the time I'm pretty consistent. Guardsman. Honored scions. You are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Why, thank you, good guard. Continue your duty. Studium? Though I have been at Radz-at-Han before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. It seems now company. Yeah, okay. I'm Astinian. I do think I look badass. And again, I like the fact that I'm the only Reaper out of the Scions, so I feel like I have a unique position. Although I'm sure most players who play, like, let's say, Red Mage don't mind being the same class as Alize. Or, I don't know, Astro, same as Yorion J. Gunbreaker, same as Thancred. I'm sure that it's, like, players who play those classes don't mind being basically the same role as another Scion. But for me, like, I like my, feeling unique amongst the group, like I'm different. Like, I contribute separately. I don't know, it's weird to word. Master Shroud, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the Satrap. If you require directions to Megduta, I should be glad to provide them. The Satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Radz-at-Han. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed, and the Aetheryte disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Rividar Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Asinian, you can't be that simple with these folk. You have to give, you have to be like, gotcha. Complex directions. Can we really not attune? Oh. Hold on, I want to try... We probably can't, but I want to try and attune to the big Aetheryte. It's probably going to be like Yulmore's situation, you know? You know, where you can't attune to this is disabled. Yep. Another Yulmore situation. Hey, Geralt Silence, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today, my friend? I hope well. Currently Kiwi, I'm not skimpily dressed. Just wearing parts of 3 Mog Station outfits. I say. Skimpily dressed in my avatar? What? Odion J is fairly well covered. He's wearing basically robes. Heading to Magduta, I still don't know how to say that. I want to say Megaduta, but I know it's pronounced differently, so... Megaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance of the airship landing, where another sentry should be... I'm basically pinballing between direction providers. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruveda fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. I see. Sorry, so to the right of him. Up here. Through here. Ooh. Hello. Ah, Thavnarian weave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Emmerich would be partial to the gold thread. And the blue, of course. He loves his blue. Oh, he's thinking of his buddy. Who he'll never admit he sees as a buddy. 'Cause he's a lone wolf. I've never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry. And if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. Yes, and then get swindled out of everything you own, apparently. It's like, I would like to buy this tunic. Ah, what's your name? Sir Stinian. Well, that tunic costs a fair amount. It's going for discount right now. With the discount, it comes to about 1 million gil. Ah, I guess that is a discount. Thank you. Oh, God. Ever since I heard... I'm sorry, I hope that becomes a meme. Oh, good God. No. We may have gone in a circle here. You spend 1 million gil on a dress? Yeah, looks like you and Estinian will get along when it comes to prices. Let me tune to this since we're next to it. 18. Legendary sucker from Naruto. Wasn't that was Jiraiya, right? No, that wasn't Jiraiya. That was Tsunade. Sorry. The reason because I remember Jiraiya say that. So yeah, he said that about Tsunade though. I love how in the show at some point, if she like at one point she like looks in her desk, pulls out like a lottery ticket, and she won, and she's like, "Oh no," like that was a bad sign. I kind of like that aspect about her character, or I guess, well, would you call that an aspect about her character? Like, I guess that like niche about her character was that if she has good luck when it comes to her gambling habit, that was like the sign from the spirits that shit's going down wrong. But if she's losing, that's just par for the course. That's just normal luck. I did like that about the show. A trait? I guess we'd call it a trait. Oh, it's I'm not sure what you would call it. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business with at Megaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps, and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Call that a quirk. And it is a quirk. Ooh, hello. I remember passing by here with Varsan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life is yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay it another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamza myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Say, I do. That. I love how he's just like, I do recommend this meat. It's delicious. And the source of the meat's like over there like, fuck you! Stupid shit makes me laugh. You laugh so hard. I mean, it's dumb, but it's fun. Alright, another Ethernet shard. Tune to it when I remember to. Oh, glorious. Okay, so that, I think we've gotten 1, 2, 3. I think we got those 3. So, note to self, gotta grab those other 3, and also the main Etherite. Oh no, there's another one there as well. So, those 4. There's 4 more to go. Greetings and welcome to Magaduta. Oh, it's a lass. Greetings and welcome to Magaduta. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course. We have been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber. If you would, please follow me. I forgot to turn up the volume again. Fuck. Ah, the last to arrive.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Nah.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
It's very relaxed. I like it.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radz-at-Han.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radz-at-Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Ooh.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Pietro's a damn good dude. Like, that's pretty damn selfless. I mean, parts of your body are necessary to create a warding protection for others to not get tempered. Like, that's... I don't know why. I was kind of expecting it not to be, like, showing it, damn, that must be painful as hell. And what's even more awkward is he's delivering his own scale. Like Varshan, his simulacrum, is delivering the scales personally. It's like, oh, here you go. That's pretty damn selfless. Yeah, it's basically parts of his flesh being ripped off.
My involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made.
Actually, now that I think about it, is Vitra, other than Midgard Swarmer, the only other dragon that spoke in English to us? Because Tiamat didn't. Neither did... Bahamut didn't speak to us, as far as I recall. And... Hraesvelgr didn't speak... Hraesvelgr and his kin didn't speak to us in English. Like, every dragon we've encountered has spoken in their own old tongue. So is Vitra, other than Midgard Swarmer, who's also spoken Common, is he the only other dragon that speaks English? I think so. Because I don't recall... I remember, I know for a fact, because we only recently encountered with Tiamat. She spoke dragon. Their draconic language. Hraesvelgr didn't speak English either. Again, never heard Bahamut speak one way or the other. I'm trying to think. We never heard what Nidhogg didn't. Nidhogg also spoke dragon, unless we count the times through. Hey, how? If we count the times he spoke through Estinian, he also spoke English. But Nidhogg in dragon form, I think he only spoke dragon as well. Vidofnir? Did Vidofnir? Vidofnir speaks Common after she rescued the little girl. Did she? I thought she continued to speak... I thought Vidofnir continued to speak Draconic. I'd have to look back at my old footage. I thought she spoke Draconic still. I could be wrong. I don't know. Definitively, the only ones I know spoke English was Nidhogg when he was possessed of Estinian's body, Vitra here, and Midgard Swarmer. The rest is up in the... Well, I know for a fact that Hraesvelgr never spoke English. And neither did... And Bahamut never spoke, as far as we saw, so... I'll just add him to the list of doesn't speak English. Tiamat didn't speak English and doesn't. So yeah, like... Vidofnir is the only one that's up in the air for me.
In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
So essentially, Vitra washed his hands of this weirdness, like that. You know that moment from Pirates of the Caribbean? I believe it was not Deadman's Chest. We're at World's End, where Jack is in the locker, and he's just got a boat full of hymns. And he's like, "Gentlemen, I wash my hands of this weirdness." And then gets off the Black Pearl. Oh, good. I probably, I don't know if anyone here has seen that movie. But that's kind of what I think. That's basically the comedic version of what Vitra did. I know it's very dramatic, very somber right now, but lightheartedly speaking, essentially he was like, "Yeah, no, I'm staying out of this." Want such a quiet, peaceful life? Yes, and that's the goal. For both man, dragon, and pretty much every species, a nice, quiet life away from chaos. Sounds pretty nice.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom we must look for answers.
Seems to be a trend. Again, I'm really hoping Hydralin
to divine the will of this star. If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
Tail. Okay. Oof. Sorry, now my eyes are being drawn to that giant, those gashes on his side. Whew. I can't picture what that would be like.
From my youth, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed, so long as Hydralin endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Okay, that lends credence to my hope that Hydralin is not a bad guy. You know, she's not up to something. At least not up to something bad. Because that's been my worry. I know part of the player base actually kind of wants it to be a thing, like Hydralin being bad. Because I've talked to some of those folks who like they want. It's not just about like theorizing; it's about like they want Hydralin to be like the bad guy, and Zodiark to be still a bad guy, but kind of like equally so. Like instead of like one being the clear good guy and one being the clear bad guy, I've talked to some people who are like, I want them both to be bad guys. It's like, I would like to root behind one of them. Like, I would like to root for Hydralin or Zodiark. Like, just one of them, I would like to, like, understand and attach to their ideals and kind of back and respect. And I hope it's Hydralin, because up to this point, she's essentially sired us in terms of our overall development and our story, in the mainline story within this game. So, part of me is really strongly hoping that Hydaelyn is the good guy. For the most part. Like, I do want some complexity with the character. Like, I get that's why some people want Hydaelyn to be a bad guy. Is because they find that if she's bad, in a sense at least, that there's more complexity to her character. Otherwise, if she's not, if she's just the good guy, then it's kind of bland and her character just remains the light, you know, the goddess of good and all whole and happiness. I feel like there still can be complexity with her character, even if she's ends up being just the good guy. Like it can like they can make it so it's not just black and white, but still have her be the good guy. That's just my hope.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Migrosworm and I have crossed paths, yes. I only wish he could be here with us now. And yeah, I kind of wish he could be. After the Omega raids, not so much.
I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without cease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
He makes a good point. I mean, with all the power and all the weight that we're carrying, those directly associated with us invariably have to carry some of that weight as well. So, by virtue of even having companions, we're kind of passing. We kind of have just residual responsibility and weight being delved on others. And yeah. Ashrafant, Papalimo. That's. Oh, they didn't show Ashrafant. Fuck you. You did that on purpose. Okay, they said, fuck you.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end.
That was mean.
Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Ah, apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
You know, before this expansion, I was already worried we're gonna lose somebody amongst our, our core group of friends here. Now I'm even more worried because we had a whole conversation about it just now. I don't even want to speculate who. I know I definitely don't want it to be the twins. So what were you and Vitra talking about? Yeah, you know the weather. Nothing. Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up with them. Tarry forth. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. People would revolt. It would not go down very well. But at the same time, you can't deny that if something did happen to the twins, that'd be very effective writing. It'd be very effective. Lots of players would be affected. A little too affected in some folks' case. I'm just saying. Be the head of that mob. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Must protect small twins? Yes. We must protect the children. Yeah, I'm fairly confident they're not going to do anything to the twins. At least I hope to God not, but if they did, that would affect people. I can only imagine the mobs. It would look like Black Friday in the front of Square Enix's offices. But assuming the twins are safe, narratively speaking, with some level of plot armor, who does that leave amongst the core cast that would be effective? The thing is, for like narrative satisfaction, it would have, in terms of characters that might die this expansion out of the main group, it has to be characters whose stories have kind of come to their end. You know, after this arc with the Ascians is over with, the character in question can't have had much left in their journey to tell for a story. So usually, narratively speaking, it's if you're going to kill off a character at the end of an arc, it's going to usually be a character who wouldn't have had a story to go on after that arc anyway. Or if they did, they would be like a minor background character after that certain point. So most of the Scions, I think, have plenty of stories still to tell with their narratives. So it's hard for me to say who would have like a satisfying conclusion come the end of this expansion. And I'm not saying I want anybody to die. I don't. But at the same time, I feel like someone is going to. I just couldn't tell you who. Where the street turns, enter this door straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Radz-at-Han. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see. Let's see where this door takes us. You'd be sharpening pitchforks. Speculation, speculation, speculation. And here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of the two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. Carry on. Out of curiosity, can we do... Nope. Yeah, I'm gonna try every time I pass until I can. Thank you, Durion, my friends. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Endwalker theme in the background.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for.
Awesome.
Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
Or, hear me out, we can do both.
Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated.
True that.
To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
I don't know if Charlian is the most secure place.
Please, I must speak with you.
Hey, you're already up and ready to go. I was expecting that to take some time. Good to see you standing.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yeah.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come. As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
Nice. Good on you.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Hey, actually, now that I think about it, we've also opened up trade. Without that tower there, there's nothing to keep merchants from wanting to stop by.
Saved who? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
Talisman? Is this true?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, when I'm nervous, I bite my nails. Or tense. When I'm tense or nervous, I bite my nails. Bad habit. Don't do it. The result of hard work.
Sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
I just want to give her a hug. She's like, yes, it was worth it. I'm glad you're not tempered. Hmm?
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
What does yellow mean?
What do you have there?
I need a color chart now for what this mood ring of a flower means.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
That is fascinating.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest.
Although that's a whole nother energy system I now gotta keep track of.
It's a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application.
I got ether, then I got Akasha. Dragon's eyes.
This is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Spiritual fragmentation. A bunch, all the souls of the, well, what was 14 worlds, which is now down to 7 or 8. 7, I think. I can't, no, we're 8 times rejoined now, so that would leave 6 worlds. Yeah, bunch of stuff you gotta keep track of that affects power and power scaling.
Nonsense, you have
have nothing to be sorry for.
Your insight is much appreciated.
Time to put the mood ring away.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
Again, I don't think it's a good idea to bring them to Charlian. We should bring them.
Once our talks are concluded, I suggest you rest while you can.
And am I alone in this? Am I alone in this, guys? Am I this is a bad idea to bring it to the annex? Because Charlian's already shown to be a place where we can't trust the local government. We can't trust. Essentially, I would emotionally and logically, I would consider Charlian enemy territory, and I would consider the Baldessian annex more or less as kind of a, what would you call it, an embassy in a foreign territory. Like, we shouldn't be bringing them there. We should be bringing them to a location we know they're going to be left alone. Or at the very least not touched by anyone we don't want them to. I say we should bring them back to Mordona. And to our headquarters there for the Scions. I think it's a terrible idea to bring them to Charlian. Because we directly have no control, influence, or trust of the local governing body. Which at any time, while we're not there, can send the Gleaners to steal these talismans. Why would they do that? Is there justification to do that? I have no idea. But I have no idea what the fuck they're doing with their secret plan either. So when it comes to trustworthiness, I would put Charlian in the Forum and the whole nation there, down there with Garlemald. Like, I feel bringing the talismans to Charlian is the equivalent of taking them to the Garleans. Take it to Garlemald. And hoping nothing bad will happen. Yes, technically speaking, Charlian is friendly territory. But it's really not. I would not trust them there whatsoever. I don't trust the Forum. I directly hate the Forum. I say bring them back to Mordona. This is just a terrible idea. Maybe nothing will happen. Maybe I'm being paranoid. But I would say, personally, I would treat Charlian like an enemy territory right now. Especially when it comes to information and resources. I wouldn't be putting any of them under the nose of the Forum. Fuck that. Yeah, but we're not sticking around them 24/7, are we? Is it, Jenny? Like, we're not. It's not like we're going to be standing there watching them the entire time. We're going to leave them by themselves, idle, and again, the equivalent of enemy territory. Unless you can guarantee that they're going to be watched 24/7 and that no one is going to try and take them where you're at, I say don't take them to a location where you have any level of suspicion of the local governing body. If you have, in my opinion, we have an abundance of suspicion built up about Charlian. I would not take them there. I think this is an incredibly, well, I hate using this word, but it's an ignorant move. No, not ignorant. Naive. Naive's a better term to use. It's a very naive move to bring them to Charlian. I think this is a bad idea. Like, if I were in game as my character right now, I would tell everyone around me, this is a terrible idea. The Forum has shown that they're completely untrustworthy, and that they're suspicious as fuck. And they won't at all reveal to us in any way, shape, or form what they're doing or why they're doing the few things that we have figured out that they're doing. Like doomsday prepping. Sorry, it's just there's way too many. I'll say this. Let's be nice. Let's say there's no red flags, which there absolutely is. But let's pretend they're yellow flags. There's a bunch of flags being popped up about Charlian that just make me uneasy. I would not bring them here. Not at all. Right to Mordona, right to the Rising Stones, and lock them away there, under heavy guard, but not in Charlian. And even if we take out the suspicion of the Charlians and the Forum and the Gleaners and all that itself, you still are bringing these really valuable resources to a nation that has no army that has no defensive capabilities. So if the Telophoroi were to find out where that these things exist, which they know they exist because Fandaniel stole one, but also if they find out where they are and if they are as big of a threat as we think they are to the Telophoroi and to the towers, what is preventing Garlemald from sending a force to steal them? I mean, if they arrive here, what are the Sharlayans gonna do? They don't have a standing military. They would get squashed. Even if some of them know how to fight. As it's already implied that Fortunal knew how to fight as a sage. And so did and assumedly, so do plenty of other Sharlayans know how to fight and defend themselves. But there's no standing army. There's no organized defense force. They don't even, by the sounds of it, they don't even seemingly have a police force either. Like, the forum itself just grabs ne'er-do-wells off the street and judges them. You know, he didn't steal it. Like, he looked at it and said, you know, like, I know what this is, and then tossed it. So he stole it from us, but then he tossed it, so. Both, I guess, would be the answer. I'd say it's semantics. He did steal it. Like, if you take something from somebody else, that act is called stealing. It doesn't matter if you keep it or not. Like, are you telling me that if I take something from somebody else, and then I just drop it in the trash, that's not stealing? I still stole it. I just didn't hold on to it. Where in the hold on, maybe I'm wrong, but if I look up the definition of stealing, I'm willing to bet money that in the definition it doesn't say I have to hold on to it. Take another person's property without permission or legal right and without intending to return it. Okay, so nowhere in the at least the Google definition does it say I have to keep it. Like, I can steal something and then yeet it. What, like, has that ever worked in court? Like, if I were, right now, I kind of want to test this. I want to go to my neighbor's house, break in, steal something, and then in court, they're like, alright, so you're being charged with breaking, entering, and theft. Your Honor, I can't be charged with theft. Why? Because what I stole, I threw in the garbage can. Okay, the act of stealing was still performed. No. See, my YouTube chat specifically explained this to me. Stealing only works if I keep it. So I can only be charged with the breaking and entering. That wouldn't work now, would it? Oh, God. You guys are dorks. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Shroud. Oh, yeah, that's right. This is a guy. Welcome back, Shroud. Kryl has surprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice, clean bed after completing a major milestone. Be it penning a thesis or defeating Dayform entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Ooh. Bring me to my lodgings. I would like to relax. Well, the music got switched up. Oh, we have a balcony.
Take heart and protect them well.
Yeah, someone's gonna die. I'm sorry, that's giving me foreshadowing vibes.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
I don't know why. That actually hit me in the feels. Why am I tearing up? Oh, you only got bun in that bite.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well.
Oh yes, Mr. Antisocial is totally gonna come to a...
Refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
That's a big burger.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Quile, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was.
I guess it's not a secret.
Yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
This makes me want to hang out with my friends so badly. My IRL friends, just
Yes?
It's been so long. Not just because I had COVID, but also my friends are busy.
Be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radz-at-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion.
This is nice. I really hope this doesn't mean shit's gonna go down.
They're tall, you see.
The calm before the storm.
They're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Of all reasons to use a levitation spell. Makes sense. No, it's easier than just hunting for a stool. Hey, Zalthi. I was about to say Wakos. How's it going? It's going pretty well. Zalthi. Are you pushing on until dawn? Shall we call it a night? Do you know these are my quarters? Get out. There's other things I want to say to them, but, you know.
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Nice to spend time with friends. Really hope this isn't a calm before the storm moment, and it's the calm before the storm moment. Gotcha. Great.
Ah, enjoying the bracing cold, I see.
Nice.
Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that.
Not to insult the voice actor, because the voice actor of Fandaniel's normal voice, or, sorry, his actual voice, not that douchebag. And... am I the only one who thought that line just now was kind of delivered kind of dry? No insult to the voice actors, just that particular line sounded a little dry to me.
I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news.
Well, not dry. I guess one-toned. Like, there was not much inflection at all, and like that it was all delivered like it in one go, like the exact same tone across the whole thing. You know what I'm talking about? Like there's no like flow to it. I don't mean to insult the voice actors, just monotone. I guess that's the way to put it. Yeah.
Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Alright, time to use this meta information and pray that all of our main characters choose to attack the Telophoroid directly, because it seems like Ishtola's instincts are correct. At least based on this conversation. Unless he's lying to Xenos.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is equal.
Now the question is, who's the bigger fanboy? Graha or Xenos? Because Graha is a big fanboy of ours. Really respects us. But Xenos spends literally, by his own words, 100% of his time dedicated to taking us on again. Well, at least he's honest. Yeah. He literally went, no. Xenos is a creeper. True. Stalker type.
Equally tedious, equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn.
Yes, we are.
Burn. Let the whole
I mean, who wouldn't?
I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Okay. That's interesting.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence.
He takes... Okay, so Xenos says he takes little interest in this. A little pleasure in it. That can mean one of two things. One, that's part of the nihilism is he actually isn't enjoying destroying the world. But he still believes it's right. Or it could mean Daniel actually doesn't want to do what he's doing. And that everything up till now has been bluster. And that he's doing what he believes he has to do, but he doesn't actually want to destroy the world. Ooh, that opens up a whole can of worms.
Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'm going to run to the bathroom. Don't go anywhere. It'll be merely a moment. A minute at best. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Anyway, I was barely gone 3 minutes. Come on. Wait, hold on. What? Actually, what's this look on? What? Ooh, hello. I kind of like this, but I kind of don't. It looks cool. Hold on. If I were to equip this, what would it look like? Chest space. Ah, my good God. Hold on. Before we keep going, we need to start by the market. Need to sell some shit. I got too much crap in my inventory. Actually, how much of it is green and blue shit? We got some stuff in here I could sell. Hold on, is there a market board around here? That would help retain a vocator. Okay, cool. Let's head over to the market and sell some shit real quick. We'll log in after dinner. Wise idea. I just want to sell some shit if I can right now. So is there a market board? Yes, there's a market board there. There's a retainer bell. Is that what's going on over here? Nope, doesn't look like it. Or did I pass by the bell? Happens sometimes. Sorry. My family was playing show tunes. I don't see a bell. Run, then probably level something else. You got two things you gotta run. Alright, are you saying you gotta go? Alright, you gotta go. Have a good one, man. Thank you for hanging for the stream while you could. I'm gonna briefly hunt for a retainer bell. Which might be what's... Yes, there it is. Summoning bell. There it is. Quickly sell some shit because my inventory is getting too full again. Okay, first of all, we sell anything? Nope, we didn't. Alright. Alright, so... Wait, why can't I sell the... Why can't I sell that? Whatever. Alright, put for sale. What is the market looking like right now? No, not bad. 16,900. We'll go for 16,890. Undercut by 10 gil. Yes. Put that up for sale, I guess. How much is that going for? 12k. We're gonna go for 11,900k. Any other high quality items? Jesus, that's 48,898. By God. Jesus Christ. Well, these are going for a lot. Right, 48, 980. Oh, let me adjust price. Is that too much or is that too little? 800, 800. Oh, whoops. Yep, that's too much. Gotta switch those. 890. 890. Yes, yes, good. And the high quality items I've acquired. There's that. I don't know if those are better than what I got. Probably not. No, they're the same thing I got on. That's why. Alright, let's put that up for sale. 13,429. Means 13,420. Undercut by 9 gil. Oh, how I'm a devious little man. And that's everything. Alright. That's the most I can sell for high quality items. Everything else I have to sell to a standard market price. Alright, let's find a random vendor, sell the rest of the junk, and then move on. My inventory gets way too full of shit. Oh, actually, I want to... Gripping armory chest. Yes, yes. Alright, I want to hold on to that, but get rid of that. Holding on to that. Sell that. That I'll sell. All non-essentials are getting yeeted, deleted, yeetest, deletest. Wait, hold on, that's a blue item. I can eat that in a different place. That's not important. I'm gonna hold on to that. No, that's blue. Well, trying to be careful about what I get rid of. There we go. Now we got some slots. There we go. Making room and getting rid of the junk. Rid of that. I'll do the rest of this later. I think I sorted what I need to. Yeah, everything's got at least a couple slots now, so. Alright, real quick, we'll sell those. There we go. I couldn't sell that, so I'll get rid of that. Right there. Fine. There. I'll sell more junk later on my own time, but that's just to clear up some room in the inventory. Alright, now, back on track. Alright, that reminds me. How does this look with the rest of it? Well, it doesn't look bad. I still don't like the boots, but they actually kind of blend with the rest of it. Alright, should I glamour that over? Does that look better, or does what I got on look better? Would you say, chat? I'm asking for fashion advice. Because I have no sense of fashion. I really don't. It's not even really a joke. I really don't have a sense of fashion. That's the bell's natural habitat. Yes, but there was one random crowd going on over there, too, that wasn't in front of a bell. They're just kind of chilling. caffeination. It feels glorious. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope? I was about to make my way to the Studium, as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with the Scholark how do I say this? Monteshan, I'll go with that. And thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Ishol and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Well, lead the way, good Cryle. Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to the phenomena. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the Studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them that we will not be long. You're always dressed fancy? I'd say so. You're dressed in the garb that you find reflects you well. Heading out for a stroll? The Scholark himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I am somewhat dread the thought of visiting the Studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino, of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater? At our alma mater, no less. Will wonders never cease? You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Lead the way, you two. Let's see here. Right over yonder. Alright, before I forget again. Nope, no, I want to. There we go. There we go. Sorry. Here it is, phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices, and so forth. As the center of what would later become the Studium, it was established to promote the study of aethological phenomena, hence the name. Though, with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the Sixth Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete with the Studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields standing proud as Sharlayan's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students? Indeed, I've long lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech. Such is his undying love for his old stomping ground. He was in top form back then. Youngest entered the Studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and aethology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the Studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me. Nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the Studium's most notorious master debater. You still entered extremely young. Yeah, you entered extremely young. You also graduated seemingly around the same time. You may not have had the best performance record, but to do all that is still an accomplishment. Although I suppose it feels like less of an accomplishment when literally your identical twin brother did all the same shit, but slightly better. I suppose that can grind on the nerves. But it's not like that's anything to snuff at. In all aspects, have I ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this is where the legend of Alphino Levelier began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholar Montachan. I don't know if that's Montachet or Montachan. Other faculty tend to frequent other offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Tally-ho! Alright, excitable student. That was Alphino Levelier, wasn't it? The Alphino Levelier? And he's with his sister, and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word! Oh, sorry. You said you're looking for the Scholarch, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere. But Miss Aliapo should have a better idea. Script exchange. Mature to menu. Key Aliapo. Are you lost? Wandering off the streets, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship? I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the Studium? That's right, books! And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else! That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Passa this, tongue of Gigantoad that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Scholarch's whereabouts. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. It's true. So what you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for a Scholarch? I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can, Oh, you mean him? He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to make his meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see an opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Well, that fills me with confidence. Ha! In the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the Skylark has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Thank you, ma'am. To the other side of the hall. Away! Level-headed student.
Yes, the Skylark was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums.
Why, thank you, good sir. For an old man, he gets around. Ah, finally. Caught up with ya.
Ah, I remember you.
And I remember you, good sir.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisois in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye.
I like him. I liked him before, but I like him more now.
You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student.
My god, I love it when older people talk shit, but it's like underhanded. It's not even like direct. Oh god.
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Don't make me feel old there, dude.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
Is it a spell? Preventing them from speaking?
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic.
Uh-huh.
As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
It's all whenever like magical schools or magical governments are involved, there's always a magical spell that prevents people from talking about stuff, isn't there? That's a trend. Not a bad one necessarily, narratively speaking. I've seen it a lot. Welcome back, Jackson. How you doing? What did you miss? I'd be here all day. I'll be here all day listening up. A lot.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
I hope we're gonna get some level of answers, yeah. Good thing the scythe staff curves. Otherwise I'd have to unsheath it. That would be handy now, wouldn't it?
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology.
Alright, now to do what I've always done in school and take a nap.
The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Fuck, I didn't... Corporeal ether, magic, Corporeal ether, right. Pretty sure that's it. Incorporeal, corporeal.
Yes. Very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Welcome to the... Actually, I'm not sure what that says. Welcome to the... Herp Dream? That's how I read that. I have no idea what that last word is. I'm not sure if that's a J or an R. Or both. That's something.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Oh, increase in size.
It would blot out everything that was written.
I do like the way they're illustrating this. It's very cool.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
That was my second guess. My first guess when he asked that was the towers, but was the towers coming into existence, but no, like that wouldn't have been as significant.
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Lore-wise, that's a terrible thing that happened, but from a gamer's perspective, I'm so glad that happened. Because that's why we got a Realm Reborn, right? And that's why we then subsequently got Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and now Endwalker. So, I have mixed feelings about it. It's like, lore-wise, oh my god, it's a horrible thing that happened. Gaming-wise, it's like, I'm so glad it did.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty.
9/10? So, almost a unanimous decision. Whatever they're not talking about has got to be big.
Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea.
I wonder if what they're doing has something to do with the moon. Don't get me wrong, I up to this point, and when it comes to our travel to the moon, I always assume we'd figure out how to do that magically. I'm not sure if that's what they're working on. Like, it just occurred to me that maybe the Sharlayans are working on a way to set up a colony up on the moon. I know that sounds insane, like that's something out of sci-fi, but I like, other than maybe perhaps something to do with the Ascians getting up to the moon and we like hijack that. That's what my idea has been up till now, is like, okay, how we get to the moon is something to do with the Ascians and we hijack their magics or we follow them through a portal or something like that. The other solution could be that's what the Sharlayans are working on, is a way to get to the moon. And that's another possible explanation of how we get up there. It could be a colony thing. It could be terraforming. It could be they simply just want to get up there. It could be I'm completely wrong. But that just occurred to me, is that that's a possible explanation of what they're working on. Or that could be a part of what they're working on. I don't think that's like the whole thing. Like, that wouldn't make sense, right? Like, the knowledge of them trying to get to the moon wouldn't cause panic. It's something else. Something else about what they're doing would cause panic. But an aspect of what they're trying to do could be travel to the moon, for whatever reason. Like, that occurred to me. I could be entirely off base.
For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
Oh, I love that effect.
And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form.
Reincarnation.
Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
I really like this guy. This is the kind of teacher I'd actually respect.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Well, I appreciate it, good sir.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Yeah. When I was in school, I was known to be the kid who argued with the teacher. Like, I'm not going to claim I'm some big intellectual. I'm not. I'm a complete idiot when it comes to certain subjects in particular. But one thing, like, I was always kind of not obsessed about. One subject I cared a lot about and spent a lot of study on was history. I enjoy the hell out of history. I found after I became an adult and met other people who are true fanatics of history, I found how little I knew by comparison. But in school, I was one of the few kids that really dedicated myself to its study, and I actually really enjoyed the subjects and discussions. And one funny thing I learned about my history teacher, because the thing is, up until I saw my report cards, I always figured I was going to get Fs from the guy, right? Like, I always figured I was going to get Fs, because I constantly argued with him in class. Like, my teacher, like, it was constant. Because he was big on, not to get political, but he was very much a Marxist. He was a rational Marxist, is the best way to put, well, again, I don't want to get political here. But he liked that subject, right? He liked that part of history, and point is, I debated him a lot about it. And I always figured, especially with how heated a couple of our debates were in class, like, to give you guys an idea, I actually caused the class to be behind in terms of where we were supposed to be in the curriculum because I debated him to the point where our entire 80-minute class, about 60 to 70 minutes of it would just be me and him at the whiteboard discussing and, like, writing down stuff and debating each other. So, and they got, at a couple times, they got so heated, I almost walked out of the class, and he almost threw me out of the class a couple times. And I figured, this guy hates me. This guy is going to give me an F on all my report cards. I got A's. I got, like, A+ straight all the way, and as I had him as a teacher. And I even asked him at graduation, I was like, you and I didn't agree about a single thing about history. Why the hell did you give me an A? And he's like, you were one of my favorite students. We argued every single day. Like, I thought he hated me. But apparently I was one of his favorite students. I have no idea. I guess it's because I was engaged, which I guess in his position, like, what's better to have, right? A student that you're constantly fucking arguing with, but who's engaged in the subject, who is conversing, who cares enough about their homework assignments to turn them in on time, and with the effort in to make them good. You know, like, I guess looking back, like, what, compared to that, or students who don't do their homework, that are you constantly have to keep checking in on because you know they're not paying attention. The ones that basically only show up to history class because they absolutely have to finish their grade. and give it and put in like the absolute minimum most amount of effort they have to. I guess by comparison, I was a student that he enjoyed more because I cared. And I guess that was enough, even though we were completely at odds the entire time. That's my best guess, is that when it comes to the kinds of students, you know, you have as a teacher, what's better to have? A student that doesn't give a shit and that wastes your time and wastes their own, or a student that cares too much and you're constantly arguing with, but they care and they put in the effort. My best guess is that was the reason he didn't, like, hate my guts. Even though, again, we disagreed on virtually everything. Some things we agreed on, but not much. Not much. I remember the debates way more than I remember the times I just went, yeah, I agree. I don't know. It's weird looking back, but yeah, that's the kind of but he for the most part was kind of like Montache. Again, I'm not sure if I say his name right. He was kind of like him most of the time. Although, again, when we got into those debates, he got a little heated. But he never, like, swore or anything. It's just more like he just raised his voice and was constantly, like, speaking over me. And I would, where every time he would go with volume, I would follow him, and then he would try and raise it a little bit more, and I'd follow him right there. So, I don't know. If I had recorded my history class, my U.S. history class was what he covered, and world history, and I took both with him. And in both is where we had a lot of the debates. World history is probably where he and I broke down the most. I don't know. It's one of the few fond memories I have of school. Anyway, enough sharing about my experience. Headphones back on. Come on, have I been texted about dinner? Nope. Carry on. I just got beated. Nope, still haven't been texted about dinner. Righto. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the forum's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself, for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way, you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Aliapo, as the Scarlark suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Quest accepted! Yeah, so I'm assuming Ki Aliapo is gonna be where the crafters and gatherers go to get some unique quests this expansion. Which will be for a later time. I'm still trying to get everybody up to 80. Alright. Wait, hold on. Why am I running all the way there? Ethernet shard, save me time! Oh, I love how relaxing this music is, guys. This is the kind of music I would put on when I'm, like, just in the kitchen cooking something, or if I'm reading a book. This is the kind of relaxation music I put on. Ah, Graha! My friend! I have returned. Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the Studium proved most educational. Indeed it did. While you were away, I received word from our fellow scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Liminza. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive.
It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Aye. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? You're the muscle. Shonky. Phew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. Neither did I. That sounded heavier than I was expecting. Funk. I shouldn't complain, though. Vricha and the Alchemist... Yeah, you shouldn't complain, because Vricha literally had his hide ripped apart for this shit, okay? I think we have no right to complain by comparison. It's like, oh my god, these are heavy. Oh, I'm sorry. I had my hide ripped apart for that, but it's a little heavy. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, I can't keep that out of my head. Like, he literally had his scales ripped. That's got to be the equivalent of a skin graft. Just... Ah! Such a selfless dude. Vitra and the Alchemists have the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the forms of watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers, as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. Talimza Laminza. Alright, let's pick a box. Enter the command room in Limza. Time to return to my home. Danger, danger. High voltage. So I don't know why that came into mind. Of all things to slip in my brain. That was random. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Oh. My shoulder. I'm an old man. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, I'm trying to remember the voice. I know I've done a voice for this guy before. The Admo is at present entertaining the eldest seeds here in the Sultana. Three of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Bring me in. My brain is a weird and random place. Why do you say this? My apologies for calling you away from Charlian at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn that we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge of abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to increasing numbers of primals as well. But your triumph in Radz-at-Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace.
And it is you, the scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Telophoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. I love how much he's grown as a leader. Aye, and on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. I still gotta say, Mama Merlewed for the win! Sorry, I couldn't contain myself. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the small... Oh, did I read that? Yes, I did. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophoroi. They are certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ishtola's analysis of the Tower's influence on ethereal currents. Why do I keep getting notifications about that? Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the Spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it's not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers.
That's all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way.
We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Considering it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept?
Yes, ma'am. As captain of the Maelstrom, I will lead this contingent. No? Oh. Well, I will join this contingent. I'm yours to command, my lady.
Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For honor and glory for the people of Garlemald, for revenge against the Telophoroi. One or two. One or two. Three I'm not gonna do. That's too vengeful. I know it sounds weird, but I don't want to be edgelord here. So 1 or 2, chat. What would you guys do? For honor and glory. I don't know if I'll go exactly by the chat, but I wanna know what you guys would do. What you guys think is the best reply. 1. Alright, got 1 for 1. I just noticed the music cut out. Why? You are a proud member of the Maelstrom. Yes, I am. But at the same time, we should be helping the people of Garlemald, or should be happy to do it, so... as the champion of Eorzea, I'm obligated to set the tone of the mission. And aiding the people of Garlemald in their current strife seems fair. But at the same time, 1 does sound better. No reason. Oh, come on. Is it only 3? No! I'm not edgelord mode. I'm reasonable mode. Urka went with 2, but she's far more chipper and wants to protect the squishy Gallian peoples. What? I'm not squishy. Fine. Alright, alright. We'll do 1.
For honor and glory.
Couldn't have put it better myself. Ishola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily, for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabad. Raban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it the cold will do you in before the Salafroy so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge that Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return.
Yes, ma'am.
You have 3,025 in queue? You got this, man. Patience. Alright.
To the Alamegan Quarter. Away! Dun da da da!
Alright, real quick. Pewter weapon coffer. Now, is that better than what I got? They have the same base stats. And this has lower overall stats. Alright, well, how does it look aesthetically? It looks cool aesthetically, but not better than what I already have glammed. I'm sorry, this scythe is still the best looking scythe so far. In my humble opinion. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Control D. Hasn't even gotten to Garlemald yet? No, I have not. We're about to, by the sounds of it, very shortly.
Reuben! My good man. It's good to see you.
The Wanderers return. You've been busy, bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible.
Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent?
Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabad contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd rather be at your side, charging to the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabad,
I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Lise? No.
Lise isn't even here.
Much has occurred since we parted ways in Werlet. From what I gather, the protected talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side.
So you're not coming with us? Strange. I thought you'd have the stake in this.
I do. The Telophoroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, I would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts.
We will deliver your people from harm in your stead. I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot on Guardian soil. I understand Werlet is in your hands. I kind of want to know what the response is to this middle one. I want to reassure him, but at the same time I want to know what the response is on the middle one. My curiosity wins out.
A fair point, but so long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, the average person should have no inkling as to your identity.
Okay. Morgan Tempest Lupus, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I was a bit distracted with the crafting jobs I got.
Nah, that's fine.
It's a doozy. Beer.
Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few would recognize you on sight. Perhaps one day, they will learn that the Warrior of Light is not a demon to be feared, but a man deserving of their trust.
In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you.
And then I started the Nimsa Company thing from the ground up and run through the ranks. Now I wait until my team will answer me the job is done. I assign them to. Alright. Oh boy, I just joined back at the right time.
The right time.
The other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered in the Royal Palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready.
Lead the way, Maxima! Till here! Wait, hold on. Enter the Royal Palace. And I gotta talk to someone to do that? Yes, let me in. I got a DM again. No, not a DM. One of my other servers has an at all. I will check that later.
By the 12.
Are we gonna recognize the folks? Holy shit. That's a lot of people.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
It's a lot bigger of a contingent than I thought. Like, I was thinking tiny group.
For the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world.
I guess in the grand scheme of things, this is a small group, but still.
Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
We haven't seen you in forever. It's good to see her again. And actually, she's going to be really helpful in this, because she's a former Garlean. Goddamn. Why didn't I think she was going to be on this? I don't know, it's been so long since we've seen her, I guess that's... I should have figured she was coming.
Lucia. I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end.
It's good to have you.
We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
Indeed we shall. For Mama Merleweb.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
I will say, this does feel super epic.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
That was so well choreographed, I'm just gonna say. How do you see past your bangs, kid? Just... Can Lise go? Isn't she technically the leader?
Might I ask you to speak first?
Or is she just part of this meeting? Like, I have questions.
If I must.
Aron Senna. That's right, this is the younger brother of Kani Senna.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald.
Spectacular.
To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Alright, so this is our support division.
Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
It's talking to me? Oh, that's right, I have a level 80 white mage. Great.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
I recognize you. How are you?
Wait, I know you. The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
Nah, everyone's got a good arc.
Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me.
Oh, by the way, for anyone curious, I haven't finished watching it, but I did look up a video that is someone playing through, with no commentary over it, so I can kind of just experience it fresh, but someone playing through the White Mage class story, because I did skip that, admittedly. I'm gotta finish that, but I'm enjoying part of it. I'm definitely seeing why I skipped it, though. It's a little not my style. Very boring, in my opinion. No offense to the white mages out there who enjoyed their class story. It's just, it is kind of dry for me. Parts of it are cool and entertaining, but I don't regret skipping it, I'll say that.
Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is.
I love that
more
accent.
importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it.
Ah, the craftsman.
Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Hell yeah.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we.
I guess experiencing buffering. Yeah, okay. Yeah. OBS is detecting the issue as well. This always happens during certain cutscenes, so I think it's something related to that. I don't know why. I guess sometimes the signal just bips out. Hopefully you guys aren't missing anything.
The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
Hell yeah. I recognize some folks here. My Black Mage teacher, one of my monk mentors, who I've not leveled very much.
If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
I can't help but say this. It's the March of the Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild. Sorry.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction.
Oh, I love that. Yes, whoever made that choreographed decision of Urianger flipping up the cards to hide his face. Oh, I love that. Oh, I want that as a GIF. Oh, that was beautiful.
And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead.
Oh, definitely.
Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa.
My machinist is only level 30.
There is another awaiting introduction.
Oh, no.
Lord Emanolain?
Not the junior.
Ah, yes. Emanolain de Forton, at your service.
Please tell me you got better with a sword since last we saw you.
Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away.
Damn.
Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
We're gonna die.
But should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
We're gonna die. May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory. I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom. Second one.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Onahua with my tales of daring do.
Onahua.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the Shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
The Aura from the Azim Steppe? Nah, they're way too...
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Nope, it's the Aura from the Azim Steppe. Okay. I have no problem with this.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Happy to have you.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach.
I'm sure it was frustrating.
But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Her bloodlust is so charming. Sadu with a heart?
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
I've met them. Only recently, unfortunately.
And the Bosnian resistance.
Haven't met them properly.
Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire.
That could present problems.
I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald,
that's what I was thinking about.
A trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders.
Great examples.
Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
Made a long list of people. True.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Ooh.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy.
Gotta give credit to the devs though. This whole setup right here is so powerful. Like, I'm hyped. I want to get to Garlemald, save some people's lives, and beat the fuck out of Xenos. And Fandaniel.
To reach the Garlean capital in
more so Fandaniel.
We must cross the central mountain range.
Honestly, if Xenos wanted us to fight him so much, he really just needed to act like Fandaniel and get in our face and act like a douchebag. I'd fight him all day long. Because honestly, if we come into an encounter where I see Fandaniel and there's Xenos in front of us who's like, we're gonna fight, I'm gonna be like, sorry bro, pause button, I gotta kill that motherfucker.
Fortunately, Garlemald Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So, it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed.
Hell yeah.
Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Whoa! Holy fuck. Alright, someone said earlier, make sure to talk to every NPC before... Yeah, if I start getting a bunch of no shit statements, I'm not. I'm here representing the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they can't put up a fair fight themselves. Alright.
We came as quickly as we could. We would follow your example and devastate the Telophoroi with the full extent of our powers. Worry not for your brothers. Brothers Bussy. We will return soon enough. I'm here representing the Pugilist Guild in the place of Master Hyman. Know that I've your back to the bitter end, Shroud.
Much appreciated, much appreciated.
It seems so long since we were sailing across the Ruby Sea and charging about the Azim Steppe. With Serena and the others, I'd say we're overdue for another adventure. Ah, it brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together. Good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter. But I'd like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, eh?
No problem. Pippin! Often has father told me of the struggles faced by El Amigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, Her Grace has elected to bolster the Ilsabard contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representative of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. Until the Empire fell, Garleans were the only ones we was allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. One easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty go. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favour and gave a little something back. In case you were wondering, Eshiva will be staying behind to defend the Twelveswood with my sisters. She was of the opinion she would make a useful addition to our contingent, and was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skills would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am of course obligated to share with her every detail when I return. Good lad. Alright, Lucia. I've led troops into battle many a time, but never a unit with such a diverse range of talents. While I've been briefed on their capabilities, I expect you could provide additional insight into their strengths and weaknesses. I'd appreciate any advice you may have. I cast my lot with the Popularis to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories, that all may be united in a common cause. But we were disparaged as a radical element, dissenters looking to destabilize the Empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I, too, would surely have met the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day that dream will become reality. Well, well, if I'd known what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, this seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Serena and Sadu of the Steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't much like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. Well met, Shroud, well met. 'Twas seen that my machinists have been called upon to serve, a turn of events which, according to my prospectometer, could have proved to be quite the opportunity. I shall show the world the full extent of machinistry's worth. Of that and more you can be sure of, my friend. I trust Astinian is proving himself a useful addition to your band, though I am here today in my capacity as Temple Knight. I look forward to seeing the other former Azure Dragoon in action once more. Alright, who haven't I talked to? Alphino? We've been part of a joint military operations like this before, and with far greater numbers, but for some reason this feels very different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there is already a palpable sense of camaraderie. I did not expect to see the other former Azure Dragoon here of all places. As he well knows, I'm not one for verbose greetings. We shall instead let our lancers do the talking once we are on the battlefield. Then we'll see if the other has been diligent in his training. This is extraordinary. To be in such company, the finest our allies have to offer. With comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed, I'm certain of it. I was half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to be seen. I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Nice. Perhaps there's some other reason. Well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll see him again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my swordplay has improved since we last met. Almost out of breath. Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies o'er our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances, who in time shall we come to call our comrades, and mayhap friends. I have close ties with the scouts of the Eastern Alliance and various resistance groups, and they're an absolute joy to work with. Alright, I'm not missing anyone, I don't think. No. I'm glad to see you well, Shroud. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods sent her A strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red and the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer. As they danced, the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes, and knew at once that one was yours. Yet, we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as my hiccups. Great danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. Alright, these two. I care not for the Iron Men of their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on a hunt than any of the Sepp's oafish men could dream to be. Perhaps a romance there? What's up, lover boy? With the Mold, champions of Nadam, and the Dathal, having sent us many here, I had thought to defend the steppe in their absence. And I would have done so were it not for my step brothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dathali dog, as first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. And that's everyone. Oh. I'm out of breath. Just slightly. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabad. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Oh my god, so much talking. Yes? So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atowa, and learn all there is to learn of this star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition, to journey outside the Twelveswood, much less enter into Imperial territory. It is a rare privilege afforded to Pajal. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. I hear you've got something for us. Them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, aren't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send the Ainzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfier told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humour. Of course, some of you might be wondering, what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of a sodden snow of all places? Well, me and me crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail. Or however the saying goes in an airship. One thing I do want to say though is you kind of do want a sailor on these kinds of journeys. Not just because they're a great source of entertainment, but also because sailors are used to, well, harsh climates. Yes, not necessarily always snow, but they're used to cold, rainy, terrible weather, and they're also used to calm, eerie weather. I'd say I'd want a sailor on one of these journeys. They're very flexible when it comes to, well, the craziness of temperatures and shit. That is a set of warning scales I spy. Not that I would know what they look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? and nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Warden skills for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it? Yes, ma'am. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans! We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands and times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. That a haiku? Nah, there's too many. I would have to do that again, but I think there's too many syllables. It's just a short poem. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Orthod, has been plagued by the towers, yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid, will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Oh, I feel out of breath. Do you have a warning scale for me too? Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Gets lost and left behind. Easy on the hatred, Kiwi. Easy on the hatred. At the very least, you have to admit she's good for target practice. For us or the Garleans, you know? This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he's spent a fair bit of time up north recently, as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. Thank you! Someone else... Thank you, Charlotte. Somebody else agrees with me that the uniforms of the Grand Companies looks like shit. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of the Scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Tataru? Ah, there's our little ass. Sorry. But how? I have my ways. Oh, yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me. Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Kiwi, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, my friend. I told you she's evil. Evil! She does have a knack for just appearing.
Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. Yes, ma'am.
You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us?
What? No, of course not. Silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion.
More gil for the cause.
As you look. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? And I did have one other thing to share. Ergmas and Bluida have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying in the Rising Stones for a while, to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian. Oh, why not? You can keep Cryo company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard that Embluida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because of a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way back to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day.
Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer.
Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly.
Winter woolies. Northsea coat. That better not look dumb on me. I will, for the sake of lore, I will equip it, but it better not look dumb. Uh-oh. I think I might have lost that. So if I glamour this over, I think that I might be stuck. What's it look like? Dumb. Okay. Nah. I'll be fine. Strummer is blind. I can be, most of the time. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Oh, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Indeed. No, that's not correct. Alright. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you to your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it'll be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are here at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequences. Recommended. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Ruined run. Alright, if I glamour this over, I'm just gonna lose my current glamour, because unfortunately the coat that I currently have glamored over, the piece I have glamored over, apparently I lost or sold. I probably sold it and didn't realize I did. Yeah, but I don't have it in my inventory anymore. Unfortunate. Anyway. Oh well. Now I look ridiculous. It's not okay. Blah, 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 yes. Alright, proceed. Here we go. Ugh.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Can simply fly.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Amenelaine, you're from Ishgard. How are you this affected? And that kid over there isn't even wearing jeans. Yeah, you are shaking.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
More than likely.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Well, I do serve well from that. Hello. I'm afraid I don't, I can't read your name, unfortunately, but welcome, hi from Japan. Hi, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying Endwalker so far from where you're at. And I apologize, I can't read your name. I really need to learn I need to learn... I want to learn Japanese, and I need to learn at least one other language. I would like to be trilingual. Meanwhile, at the Temple of Doom. Oh, nice. Great, we just get some dumb overcoat, but Thancred gets a very stylish coat.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Y'shtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand.
Are we gonna take
the blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes.
Are we gonna do that thing?
Trust in the plan.
Where we
should all live to see tomorrow.
We're probably gonna do that thing where we're gonna take over Thancred's body and several other characters' bodies throughout this. I'm assuming. Again, why did he get the cool outfit?
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, I'm definitely taking control of Thancred, aren't I? Yep. Not this shit again.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time.
Oh,
We only
cool.
have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
They added a, okay, that's cool. They added a little portrait. Alright, use Swift Deception, which is on. Alright, threat awareness. Neutralize the tempered, silent takedown. So they're supposed to keep quiet. Okay. Oh shit. Hey Lucy, thank you for the super chat, man. Welcome to Metal Gear Thankred. Oh, whoops. I'm just gonna knock them both out, make it easier on myself.
More gil for the cause.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat, though. I do appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the stream, and thank you for supporting me. Alright. Oh shit. I should have been caught there. Oh crap, nope!
7 hells.
That work? Probably not. Okay, can't re-enter stealth. Crap. Damn it! Fuck! Shit!
Not like this.
That thing does a lot of damage. Fuck! Ugh. I have a lot of cutscenes I gotta skip. Yes, normal. Gotta kill it. No, fuck. So many cutscenes I gotta skip. This is why I hate taking control of other characters. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Passionately. I'm sorry, I got
wits about you.
I do. I hate taking control of other characters.
We only have one shot at this, so let's
Hate
make it count.
it. These sections where you take over other characters and their classes randomly. I'm sorry, I personally hate it. It's a taste thing entirely. Like I know some people like it, think it's cool. I hate it. Just hate it so much. Like, if it's my character, I feel more connected to what's going on, and I feel personally invested. When it's other characters, I feel like I'm being forced into driving a car I'm not used to driving. And they're like, don't crash! It's like, oh really, this thing's got levers instead of, you know, paddles. You know, instead of pedals. Right. Damn it, that didn't work. Oh fuck. Okay, confused this. Okay, thought it might be a distraction. Sorry, doggo. I don't like beating you all up, but I need to do my mission.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point. Must be losing my touch.
No, I'm just not good at stealth. Oh, please don't come all the way over here. Oh, thank God. Ugh. I hate having a split lip.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
Yeah, went smoothly. Like butter. Yeah.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Hell yeah.
Time to blow shit up!
We blew shit up, boys! Hell yeah!
2 months later, at the rear of Ilsabad contingent supply caravan. Ah, I'm at the rear.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now. If they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be alright, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Uh-oh.
Dogs! They've let loose the hounds!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts.
Nope.
Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
I love the Scythe Unleash. It's just so fantastic. Now let me play my own damn character. Thank you.
Fighters! Protect the others!
This actually does feel like a military kind of operation right now, though. I do like it. I really love what they're doing with this. Just both narratively and like thematically and vibe. Like it's all fantastic. Woo! One down. All right, now to go help out the remainder. Woo! Knocked him down.
But stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
That's the move.
What impeccable timing!
Meneline, you bitch!
Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
I swear to God, if you could do anything on your own, I'd be dead.
A fine display.
I love the music,
but
though.
the other carriages are still in danger.
Mm-hmm.
Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
Yes, gladly. Get away from your dumbass.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Oh shit. A nice one, lads.
Hell yeah. I'm alright. That's what matters.
We're fine. I'm ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
I'm at the front. What do you mean? Oh, okay. Or is this the rear? I know to join the van. Oh, okay. No. Head north to join the vanguard. Alright, let's hold the line.
I plan to slaughter the enemy.
Meanwhile, on the front lines...
Woo! This feels like an actual chaotic battle, which I love.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time.
I love Studium. Yeah, they'll be fine.
Their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Fix bayonets.
Is that a gun lance?
Virgilia! Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
Interesting.
There's no end to them.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Just now.
And I will turn the tide.
Gotta love that.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Let's go! My scythe will burn them to the ground.
Well, soul energy can be kind of hot, I assume.
We have them now. Forward!
Woo! Let's give him a good swing, lads.
Yeah!
Time to turn the tide. La 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 la! Sorry. Oh, hold this for me. Boom!
As a raging bull!
Nice one! You take after your father well, boy!
Time to unleash the monster. Yeah! Rage. I'll make Orcus look tame as I feast on your flesh and soul.
That's her. Virgilia.
Do not fall behind!
Debuffed. Oh shit.
Everyone all right?
Lord, die! Kneel!
Ah. I am so angry. I'm sorry. I'm almost. I'm so angry. Well, guys, internet connections, server connection issues aside, I'm gonna call it here. Hopefully we won't have those same issues tomorrow. Stream will start around noontime, 1 o'clock, somewhere in there. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on with the internet right now. It's just being a bitch. But yeah, we'll pick up where we left off tomorrow. Sorry about that. I'm probably not gonna touch FF again tonight. I don't even want to look at the game. Like, I'm sorry, like, that made me so mad. I was at such peak excitement and enjoyment, and it just died. It just died. Oh, I'm probably gonna play something else, or just not touch a video game again tonight. I'm just too angry. I'm not, like, blaming anyone, Square Enix, or anything like that. It's just, this shit happens, but it just... No, I've seen it on my end as well. I don't know what's going on with the connection. It's being terrible right now. I think it's my internet, but I have no idea why it's so bad right now. It's probably not even Square Enix that's the reason I disconnected from their servers either. It's probably me. I'm being honest. It's probably me. It's probably not the connection to them. I don't know what's going on with my internet right now. I guess I'll call my ISP tomorrow, see what the hell's up, but anyway, have a good night, guys. We'll catch up. We'll catch back up tomorrow. We'll pick up where we left off tomorrow around 1 o'clock, 1:30 Eastern Standard Time, PM, I should say. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Have an amazing night, everybody. Hope you all get into the game if you're waiting in queue. And if you're already in game, hope you guys are having fun. But otherwise, see you guys later. Bye-bye.